Wow. Oh, that's going low. Oh. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's reaching down to 2 hertz. Whoa. It's pretty low, 2 hertz. Oh. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Phew. Oh, that's low. Kind of curious. Kind of curious about that. Hmm. Whoa. What's that infrasonic? What's that low there? I can feel. Spectrum now is the key. Whoa, look at that infrasonic. Whoa. Got a deep, high level one there, and then, whoa, the rest dropping right down to 2 hertz. Wow. Ultimate THX JBL.
We gave them something to hope for. That's not hope!
Whoa, look at that light. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That is shaking the kitchen. Oh, it's like sensor round on sandworms. Yeah, sandworms on sensor round. Flipping that sensor worm. Flipping that. Spill the spice. Shaking the spice in the flipping cupboards. Oh, that's an interesting bit of complexity in the lows. Yeah, flipping that. This goes down to. Where's this one trickling down? Yeah, it's all going down to 2 hertz. Oh, what's that? What's that? Wow. 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 That is super clean. Super low. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. 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 Oh. Oh.
your father's views? As you would know. If Paul is alive, he'd like to know the truth. And should the great Harris learn that your father was behind the liquidation of the employees, your father would face war and use the throne. And what hope is there? Hope. We are energy. We don't hope, we plan. Paul is not our only prospect. The Baron's youngest nephew, Fade Rother Harkonnen, will inherit the Ratchets. Maybe not. He's psychotic, that's alone. The question is, can we control him? And I intend to find out.
Oh wow, Dune 2. Overrated. 2 hertz. Wow. Wow, isn't mind bending? Mind blowing. Yeah. 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 Is there any other oh no, not this chapter. Bloody hell. I had to walk out in the cinema on this. It was just deafening loud. It's like that here in the THX cinema. Loud, exciting. In fact, well, hearing it in Dolby Atmos is, well, compared to when I heard it in Dolby 7.1 and Screen 9. Yeah, I just had to wear earplugs. Deafening. What's it doing on the lows? It's still a bit loud there on the back on the surrounds there, but not deafening. But does it sound like a crowd? Hard to say. Hard to say. Oh, so this scene is with certain lows in this range. Yeah, on the LF. Yeah, it's like I can feel all the feet going boom, 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 boom. But would you feel that? I might hear it, but I don't know if you feel it. If you're sat on a seat or sat in a stadium, yeah, you might feel it. But if you're somewhere like in the middle of it, suspended in midair, you wouldn't. You'd probably hear it, but you wouldn't feel it because you're not coupled. You have to be coupled to the surface to feel anything tactile. Unless it was, whoa, look at this. This is going low, 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 low now. got some high energy up here, and the rest is going all the way down to about 2 hertz. Whoa. So if I wanted to make a little adjustment, I could make an adjustment in there, lower it down, but it's all going to be random. So what's the point? I feel my seat vibrating. You know, for a moment, I thought I had the bass shaker turned on, but they're presently muted. Yeah. But if I had bass shakers on, I'd feel a bit more percentage of the energy. But there are areas around the home where it's kind of vibrating. I can feel in the kitchen, and it's like it gives me a flashback, like that coffee room at the Empire Leicester Square. I can feel the concrete floor shaking. So let's go back to what's it? So this is like Dune meets Gladiator. When's the lions going to come out? That's what I'm wondering. When the lions are going to come out. Oh, look at that. Oh, wow. Oh, look at that. Oh, drooling, Dune, drooling. Yeah, I'm drooling. I'll check my milk. Oh. Yeah, why can't they make something like this picture in picture so I could have the movie somewhere in the screen here with the Spectrum I have? Probably need to get probably get one of those boxes to connect. So I could use the 2 images. Whoa, what's building up there? Intense. Whoa. Whoa. Wow. 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 I'm in the kitchen. I'm in the THX kitchen having my meal. That scene there, or whatever it was, I don't know, because I've not watched the movie all the way through. Visually, that is. But whoa, that was shaking the kitchen. The ceiling in the kitchen was just vibrating. Oh, don't know what scene that was, but oh yeah. Oh.
May I ask what I'm doing? You're not taking part in your own celebrations. And what makes you say that? A pleasant dream, I hope. I wouldn't dare. And what do you know about the THX? High intelligence, driven, cruel, strongly motivated by honor. He yearns to be happy. He loves pain.
Can he be redeemed?
He can be controlled.
sexually available. And the bloodline is secure. You know, answer the question. Use it well, Martin. Respectfully, why didn't you test yourself? Well, I'm a mother, you know. And based on what happened between him and his own mother, I didn't expect it to be effective. What happened between him and his mother? Murdered her. Desire and humiliation. Those are his levers. If Taylor also prevails on weapons, we shall know how to control them.
Wow. Wow. Holy shit balls. Wow. Back that up. Play that again. Oh. Oh, going to the having my milk. Whoa. Oh, flipping heck. Flipping heck. What the heck? The ceiling's vibrating. Oh, that is some super low. Yeah. That ceiling's just vibrating. Oh. Oh. Smash my mouth. Flipping floor, flipping concrete. And it's doing some pretty good lows on that Behringer. Need a little video screen in here. Put a little bit of flip in that. Yeah, so kind of see what's playing. Incredible mix. Just thinking, dividing it up into different crossover regions. It's not bad on those JBL 46 series. They can go down low. They can do some low. Warm dinner clears your sinuses. So improves your audibility, your auditory slightly. A little tip there for you. I don't think Bear kind of digs the movie much. Go back into the THX cinema. And JBL. I should get us. Well, I've done art and graphic design before. Been a while since I've done, but I need something, and I can make a what's it? Maybe make a customized sign. Something a little bit different than the JBL one there, but. I think it was shaking that. Oh yeah, that's the square. Oh yeah. I really loathed this movie when I saw it first. I'm still not a fan of it. I don't think I'd rush out and see the third one at the cinema. Not if I have to keep bloody wearing earplugs. That's just ridiculous. Turn the CP200 off now. Whew. Don't know, some sort of ambient scene, some sort of quiet dialogue. I think that's all you need to see, really. I mean, not that, but. How much is there left of this? Probably skip it. Because I didn't really see this in the cinema. I kept walking in and out, or rather, it was walking out and back in, and walking back out, and walking. Oh, flipping that! It was just like I just couldn't stand all the loud scenes. They were just I had to wear earplugs. It was stupid. And then what's the point? Because I'm not really experiencing the movie, or that's not how you experience sound. Not even in the real world, it's not like that. Sometimes you don't have to wear earplugs unless there's roadworks going on nearby. But normally you just walk past that and you just put your fingers in your ears and you just walk past it and then you take your fingers out your ears. But no, it was just, oh dear. Oh, look at all those lens, what's it, glares on camera, what's it, things. I probably didn't see that in the cinema. So I was probably walking around the other, looking at the other auditoriums. Yeah, it's interesting because it's circular. It's not oval shaped. So if it were oval shaped, then it would be anamorphic lenses. I'm guessing, unless that's been, but I don't think so. Otherwise, the IMDb will say whether anamorphic lenses are used. And oh yeah, well, I wouldn't say thank goodness. Well, I mean, I'd rather have my cat's magic back than say thank goodness. But at least I don't have to see bloody Limax switching on and off on this. This is how I saw it in the cinema, and it's 230, 239.1. So no Limax. I think they should make 2 discs. One with Limax, but then again that thing's switching on and off. And then they think, what's the purpose of it? What's the logic behind aspect ratio switching for some stupid scene that doesn't even look grandeur or bold or wow, godsmapping? It's just like, huh? What? I don't understand the logic. Just keep it in. Just keep it in the 230, or keep it in the scope ratio. What the heck is that? Whoa! Oh, that was low. Whatever the heck that was. I think I did see that bit in the cinema. I think I did see this scene. Yeah, and certain that moves under the sound makes an audible. Yeah, right. Sure, it does. I think that should have been more emphasis. Cut everything else off and then just keep everything infrasonic. So you just feel this like, what the heck was that? Not hear it audibly, because that doesn't make sense, because it sounds like a bloody I don't know. It sounds like something mechanical rather than organic. Here I'm going on the rant, roasting the Dune 2. I do like those little thumper things they got. That's what they should make. I think you can make those and put them around the room, and that'll solve all this bass null and all that. Because they'll be like, they'll be real. I don't know. I'm not sure if I guess they are doing it tactilely or infrasonic, or and you got to think about the earthworm, the sandworm. I mean, if it's thundering and rumbling under the sand, that doesn't make sense. Because it would be infrasonic. You wouldn't hear it, you'd feel it under the surface, thinking, what the heck is that? You can see all this sand kicking up in the distance, but I don't think you'd hear it audibly thundering, like it's out in the blimming clouds, thunder, with a charge of electric that builds up and then bam, bam, or first the lightning and then bam, bam. You'd kind of feel it, like sensor worm. Yeah, yuck. I wonder if it's related to the creatures in Star Trek 2. They live in the sand and move around. I have to say, it is incredible. Look at that again. So a little bit there, and then it trickles, and then, oh yeah, one's going down before her there. Yeah. Whoa, get some more. That's a bit more higher than this one there, I think. That's a bit more higher energy. Yep. Oh yeah. And then all I have to do is just filter the sub, just filter it, put a crossover at a certain range, and then filter everything off. So it would just have infrasonic waves moving around, just infrasonics rather than infrasonic or rather or bass, sub bass, and infrasonic combined, and just put a crossover on it. Oh, flipping heck! Oh, where's this one going down to? Yeah, it looks like 2 hertz is about the limit on this. But they could be. Oh, what is that? Whoa. Let's just back that up a bit. What scene is that? I have no idea. So I'm not really familiar with the film visually. So look at that. What scene is that? Oh, right. Oh, right. What's that? What's going on in the background? Oh, right. Okay. Whoa! You got to think of something like that. That would totally rearrange your home. That massive size of whatever the heck that was, stone rock. It must have been at least 50, 60, maybe 80 feet in diameter. That came down on your floor, flipping it, your home's rearranged. Whoa, flipping that. Flipping that, look at that. My goodness. My goodness. Dune 2.
I would recommend you stay inside. Bring this body to my quarters. My poor darling is hungry. There's no food for them on the flight. What are you doing here? It's early morning. What are you doing here? It's my feet, rabbit.
Yeah, JBL 5628. About 48 inches wide. I don't think that would fit behind that screen. Or maybe it just barely. Yeah, probably I could just shift one of the other subs, just shift it just a fraction. Yeah, I think I could fit. But they're still currently pretty pricey. Handle, I think their peak range is up to about 140 something, 143 dB max peak. Whoa! I think peak 16 kilowatt. What? I think an average 6K. Oh, crikey! You don't need all that. Not for a small room. Less is more because too much, and it's just going to make everything literally start shaking and vibrating, and then that's not part of the soundtrack. It's not doing that too much in here, but it was in the kitchen. It was just shaking the ceiling. I could feel it in the concrete floor. If I would have put my hand on the wall, I'd be able to feel the wall flexing. Tiny fractions. Because it's acting like a diaphragm. What are they talking about? Might as well just call this movie Boom. Get it? Boom. Boom 2. This here is my boom box. My boom stick. Oh dear.
Nobody stays with me. That's an order. Dirty Howard, go south. Like my mother.
22.6. Flipping at this equipment puts out a lot of heat. Faster. Oh, something quiet now, huh? Yeah. What's going on?
You kill 9 of my men with one single blade. She won't talk. Tell her next time. I already know everything I need to know. Only pleasure remains. Only pleasure remains.
Whew. Whoa. Whoa. Whew, that was low. Look at that. Look at that. What in the... Oh, no. Oh, my Jesus. Oh, Jesus, Jesus of Mary, of Nazareth. Whoa. What the heck is going... I don't know about that, but that is just going down ridiculously. I don't know. I'm picking up something. It could be about 1 hertz there. I don't know. Oh, play that again. Flipping 1 hertz? You gotta be kidding me. That was just, I don't know. It was like almost dropping off the scale. Seeing it going down to almost down to, it's almost reaching down to DC. How is that possible? We can see it, Captain, but can we feel it, Captain? I mean, it is there, but it isn't there, Captain. That's low. That is low down there. Right, you don't have to whisper. You know, the whole audience can hear you. It's not like you're whispering personally to a specific seat. Whoa, what the heck was that? Whoa. Whoa. That is low. Yeah, some of this is getting away. Yeah. I think really they should make more discrete LFE channels, because LFE1 is just, well, I mean, its origins more or less connect with the baby boom. I mean, that's only changed in extended frequency response, change its frequency range, extend it lower and higher, a bit more dynamic, so a bit more dynamic range. But since the early 90s, it hasn't changed that much. It's just occasionally experimented in going down. Should we go down a bit more lower? Because it's got the capability. But in its early days, it was not used that much. Going down very, very low. But all the channels can do that. All the full range channels can go down to infrasonic. If they had their own subs and maybe a bit of crossovering, prevent damage in other speakers, you can go down low. So you could have I don't know, including the overheads, because the overheads, they can go down low. They can go down to infrasonic. So it depends on what's going on in the mix and where and when, and you could have subs in the ceiling. I don't know. Would you notice it? Maybe. Would it do something? Probably. Whoa. Wow. It's like they've got their own electronic symphony on the planet Dune. What was it? Jean-Michel Jarre. We got a laser concert going on. I'll tell you what is missing. The blaster beam from Star Trek. Yeah, you need the blaster beam in there going down. Ooh. Whoa, it's going down low again. Oh my goodness. looks like strawberry jam. My goodness, it's a little bit. Whoa, look at that. Oh, that percussion. Oh, that percussion there. Oh. What's this? What's going on there now? Oh, they're zenning. She's always cross and angry. Oh, oh, look at that lows. It's not very high level range, but it's mellowed. But it goes down pretty low. This one's going down to 3 hertz. Oof. So, yeah. Yeah. When you get these single, like, little notes, I wonder if, I mean, this one there is down to flipping 17 hertz. Yeah, I mean, that's just like a pipe organ, you know? Was it 17, 16 hertz on a pipe organ? There's a lot of, whew, yeah, I wonder what the bit rate is on this disc. I mean, it was okay in the cinema. I mean, it was just the only negative was the HF horns were just deafening. And if they put some audio limiters on the HF horns and or maybe rehearse the movie and then think, let's put an EQ filter on it across the LCR, because that's just typical downtown. I'm using 5-screen here if I want to. I'm using 5-screen, so they could have put some EQ through the surrounds and the overhead by just monitoring the direct frequency response on an RTA. So it's measuring it directly on the processor end. But they probably haven't got a sophisticated system like that downtown, so they can monitor. But they should, so they can then see how thinking, crikey, you know, and then listening and checking it with an SBL and thinking, you know, this is going to have audiences moaning, literally, because you can't just think, oh wow, be excited and think, oh great, it's great, when you know it's wrong, and you know it needs to be turned down on the dBA range. Otherwise, you're just going to have audience complaints. And I think a cinema should be liable to supply earplugs saying, you know, this film's going to be loud, blah, blah, blah. Do you want some earplugs? You know? But then someone might say, why don't you just turn the bloody thing down? Or put something on the dBA, on the mid high range to relax it. You know? You know, this is why cinemas are just going south again. And the THX program really doesn't really exist anymore. I don't know what THX Limited are, you know, with that Razor company. I don't know what their act is today, but THX cinemas are really kind of very, very minimal now worldwide. George Lucas, I don't know, he just pissed pissed it all up and in the late 90s and into the you know, because I've seen a lot of motion picture soundtracks local, and then I see them in a THX cinema, and it's like, whoa, this is a big deal difference. It was a bit more louder, but it wasn't deafening where I had to put earplugs in. It was exciting, loud, and literally feel the soundtrack on your body. But now it's just like gotten to a point where, yeah, you feel a little bit, but the rest of it is just too damn loud. Yeah, you can hardly hear yourself think. Yeah. Anyway, in the home, you got a bit more control. I mean, I don't like to listen. If I play anything music wise, I play it at a low. It's kind of the high ranges are played at a comfortable level, and the bass ranges where you know you can feel the energy of it. I don't play it at concert PA levels. That's just to get over the bloody screaming moron crowds that are yelling and whistling and screaming. And you'll wonder why you come out of a concert with your ears ringing, because you're surrounded by idiots yelling and screaming and whistling. And then you come out with your ears ringing, and your ears are going to ring from that day on, and it will never stop, because now you're now an associate member of the Tinnitus Association. Yeah, bloody hell. The crowd just bloody shut up. Maybe the performers themselves can play the system or that, you know, or the concert at a slightly lower level instead of deafening levels, where the performers themselves are getting hearing issues. You know, you go to an actual concert with real music, you know, real instruments, and you know, everybody stays quiet. They're listening. No one's listening at one of these rock concerts. Everyone's yelling, so no one's really cares about listening to the artists. You know, they're just screaming over it. And the artists are probably getting off thinking, oh, wow, they like us. But that's wrong. It's stupid, because it invites tinnitus. And that's just plain stupid. Well, flipping that. Well, that's a deep low there. That one's going pink there. Yeah, that low right in there, that's going pink. Oh. It's pretty high, that. Where's the, is it this one? Where's this one here? That's the crown on the, that's the DI coming running there on the other JBLs. The other JBLs are muted. Oof. Just wondering if I want to upgrade it, but there's just no point. Upgrade it to I think there's a rare. Well, no, I don't really need that one. I mean, it's only going to add really only a few dB more, so don't see any logic. It's quite sufficient in this room. Quite sufficient. If I want it to go a bit more low, there are some tricks I can use. Like this little Behringer. This little Behringer here. I patch that into the B chain. I could do a few tricks. There's quite a bit of bass going across the around the surrounds and screen channel at the moment. LFE's off. It's not showing on the Storm audio, so it's in the until sometimes it's like some movies back in the day. The sub or the baby boom. Only came active or was only active as and when. I think I've heard the rumor that Star Wars used it constantly. It was used for DME. Of course, I could play Star Wars back on the exact same screen channel behind the screen in the exact same way as it was in '77. Not many home theaters can do that. Or I can just play it on the separate subs down on the floor. There's not much going on there at the moment. It's probably like, it's like, okay, let's give the audiences a break, from this LFE. And we'll just surprise them in a moment. Boom! Oh, speak of that, and boom. Well, that's an interesting one. Whoa. What's that creeping around, moving around the side walls? See, that's the thing. See, that is the thing again where Atmos is a complete fail, technically. Whoa, flipping out. I wonder how long it took them to mix or design these lows. Yeah, it's like where technically Atmos is flawed, because all you get is things moving around the side walls, front wall, overhead, but not in between, like in the floor area or something moving around. You think, what the heck is that? Because that is exactly what, if you're on the dune sand and something moves through the sand and goes past you, what was that? It's not like, oh, you hear something over there? No, not really, because it wouldn't be making a sound. It'd be underneath you. It'd be to your ear. Unless it's, of course, it's trying to purposely work. Mary, Mother, Jesus, Nazareth, what the heck? Oh, that's reaching down to one It's gone. Suddenly it gone muted, and I thought maybe my amplifier has failed. What's that sound? Sounds like bloody horses. They haven't got horses in this planet, have they? Oh no. It's just these dudes running around. Whoa. I don't know. I think on the scale, this is kind of like what's that sound there? Foot's around, moving around. I thought it sounded like horses. So you got this high wind blowing. Got that high wind there blowing. So you need that energy of the probably very technical to explain. Oh, wow. Oh. Jesus, Mary of Nazareth of Dune. Oh, flipping out. That's shaking the kitchen. Whoa. passive subs with an amplifier. That's the way to do it. It's cheaper as well. You don't have to buy, these active subs, 21 inches that cost, I don't know, $10,000 or something. Is it something like for one of those RBH subs with an amplifier plate on it? No, just do it the way cinemas do it. Passive subs with an amplifier, and then that's all you need. And of course, a Behringer DCX, and you can do anything up to 6 average. You can do up to 6 subs. If you add another, you can do 12. If you add another, you can do what's that? 12 versus 16. Is that 17, 18? 6, 6, 6 is 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, that's 18. Right? You just keep on doing it, until you're blue in the bloody face with it. Cheaper, and you get a pretty effective result without necessarily spending 10 grand just for a single sub. But then you don't really need that many. I'm only really actively using 2 at the moment. If I turn one of them off, then yeah, just one of them. Just it's based on the volume of the room volume size. I think this movie's getting near the end now. Thought that was my cat creeping around the room. Thought Bear come back in the room. He hasn't been in. Bear's been very peculiarly strange. For the last. Ooh, what the heck? For the last. Yeah. Oh, what? Oh, yeah, it's getting near now, near to the end. Yeah. Yeah.
Right out.
prisoners.
My lord.
Sure.
Olga! Olga! It's in.
This isn't over yet. I want you to know I will love you as long as I breathe.
There's a masked armada in orbit. They're facing a full invasion, Fremen.
How can you be so sure the great houses are here for me? They may be curious to hear my side of the story, don't you think? I am Paul Atreides, son of Leto Atreides, Duke of Arrakis. Gurney,
My lord.
send a warning to all ships. If the great houses attack, our atomics will obliterate all spice fields.
You're out of your mind.
He's bluffing.
Consider what you're about to do, Paul Atreides.
Message sent, my lord.
As a servant of the Imperium.
Your fate! You'll be lucky to keep your head. I'll take the hand of your daughter. I'll remain safe. And we will rule together over the Empire. But you have to answer for my father.
You know why? I killed him. Because he was a man who believed in the rules of the heart. But the heart is not meant to rule. In other words, your father was a weak man.
Stand or choose your champion.
I'm here, Atreides. I need a blade. Except mine. Do not stick your hands on this animal. Let me deal with him.
It's my burden, Gurney.
Why do you take such risks? What if leads the way?
I'm happy to finally meet you. Cousin.
Cousin. Is that right? Well, you wouldn't be the first relative I've killed.
May thy knife chip and shatter.
May thy knife chip and shatter.
So all the bass and all that was covered up in the bass screen. I mean the Foley, all the Foley now.
Any special attention for the pet? Try it. Listen, I gave.
I believe you chose the wrong side. Side you of all people should know. There are no sides, Reverend Mother. The life debt has been paid. Spare my father now, and I will be your willing bride. The throne will be yours.
My lord, the great houses have answered. They refuse to honor your ascendancy.
We await your orders, His Honor Gaib. Lead them to paradise.
What is happening, Mother? Your brother attacks the great houses. The holy war begins.
Yeah, it's kind of like a dramatic ending with a kind of like an operatic. Well, here comes the earthwork samurai. Wow. Wow. Yeah, so this can go down a that. It's ridiculously, I mean, it goes past the 5 hertz range. Curious. Okay, that's what I'm seeing on the spectrum, man. This thing's designed for looking for ETs, for aliens, radio astronomy. And this stuff is brilliant. The spectrum lab. Not much LFE now because it's end credits. I think occasionally a little bit of LFE comes on in the music score. Moves around, circles and moves around. And channels are utilised pretty decently. It's like you gotta wait for one of these that uses it effectively or whatever. It's not as effective or great as gravity, but it uses just about unlike those Disney boring bloody mixers. Boy, flipping that, you gotta be kidding me. A bit of LFE now still being used. A bit of LFE there. Wow. Wow. Oh. Wow. It's very disorientating. The choir voices are very disorientating. It's not harsh. Like say, listen to the end credits of say Saving Private Ryan, where some of those choir voices peak somewhere up in the I think getting near to the 1K range. They do peak on it, where it gets a little bit harsh, and so I put a filter on it just to bring it down, and it makes it a bit more relaxing. The same game with choir voices on, say, Star Wars, The Phantom Menace. The choir voices do get very peaky and very fatiguing. And it's like it needs a filter just to bring it down. Because you're listening to a recording, but you're not really listening to the choir voices within that actual. Well, they can't actually be in the room. It's only a recording because the where it's recorded at is a different room, a different shape, volume, size, everything, and probably when you clap, it's very echoey. Whereas in a cinema we're talking, they've got to be pretty dead so they don't have surface echo reflections. Otherwise, it just, because the idea of the sound system is to kind of reproduce or kind of create an illusion. But, yeah, and again, it's a little bit toppy, but it's not too bad. It's just a bit. The choir voices on this, I haven't applied the frequency, but obviously they're a bit more lower down in the range and balanced out. but do sound very disorientating. It's and it just moves and kind of comes in this way and then fade. Yeah, it's just like the mix levels going up and down on the sliders, and then you kind of bring it in like that and then pan it. Oh gosh, oh wow. I do find it relaxing, the end credits. I mean, when it played in the cinema, the Odeon downtown, and Screen 9, it was, you know, well, it could have, like I said, it could have put some adjustments to it to make it so it doesn't seem, you know. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. Yeah, all these glare effects, all these glare, so yeah, they're kind of circly. I don't think there's anything. I don't think there's any anamorphic lenses used on this. So yeah. I don't think really much I really don't think much anamorphic lenses are used now. Probably phased out, or very rarely would be selected. You know, for the whatever, you know, if they want it to be scope and to use genuine anamorphic lenses. Because that's usually the glare effect where the sun comes in or the light comes in at an angle, hits the lens and creates this kind of egg shape, oval shape. And when you actually see it on the film print itself, on an anamorphic print, it's circular. But when it gets converted and goes through the anamorphic lens, you get this oval shape. So if it's Super 35 and they're doing that kind of like a poor man's scope thing, anything that, you know, it will be circular, period. Turn off the screen channel and just listen to the surrounds. It's a bit more effective here than where it was downtown, because all I could hear with the playback was mostly the screen channels over overlapping the surrounds. They were just way too high. They could have brought it, you know, kept a level where, you know, the soundtrack between the surrounds and the front are kind of moving up and down with plus or minuses, you know, or you could get really technical and think like, you know, put audio limiters, and so you can't use, say, like that dynamic audio range compressor. It doesn't work that way. It just does the whole soundtrack, but it won't do it individually. You still have the same difficulties unless they can make a newer version where it can adjust when certain levels go too high. They'll just bring it down and keep it more or less in line with all the other channels, or they should just mix it that way, keep it in line, so it doesn't, you know, it's fabricated sound at the end of the day. There's no need to make it too loud so you can't hear, you know, otherwise you're mixing. What's the point of mixing this? If we're going to hide things, all right, So there's not everything you can keep in the open so you can hear it clear. Not everything. I mean, when you got the music, you got the sound effects going. I mean, you got two competitions playing against each other. You know, you either bring the music or the frequency levels down to match the sound effects frequency level. I'm sure what it would sound like, but it might be interesting. Probably a lot of work would go into that. It's there. It's the choir there. Oh, where everything's playing at the front and that, it sounds very disorientating. And I've got some EQ filters that I put in place because I knew like this film was going to be a bit loud in certain places. So I thought, okay, I'll put some Bell EQ filters and just widen the Q out, widen the Q bandwidth, and just bring the level gain down on that frequencies. Yeah, not independently, so that because if it goes through any additional decoding, it will skew up the encoder. The decoder will skew up the signal. So the filters are all got to be equally set. So if they're all equally set for the overheads a little bit, not too much, and the side and the back, and the additional corner surrounds and such. They're all so they won't be too harsh. Got my dune water. Oh, it's very hot on Arrakis tonight. I was thinking I've got some sand, but it's not enough. I was thinking putting some sand on the floor, create a dune effect. Am I kidding? I'll put a plastic bag down on the floor, put some plastic on the floor first, and then I'll put some sand on it. But it might encourage my cat to start using it for cat litter. Oh yeah, do they have to have bloody IMAX plastered on the end credits twice? Crikey. IMAX, bloody hell. You know the funny thing is? All this bullshit with this IMAX enhancement, it's a flop. It's a flop when you think of it, because this is a big, epic movie. Oh, it was in IMAX. But it doesn't get any IMAX enhancement. It's a flop. I think the IMAX thing, sticking it on AVRs, nearly all the AVRs, Onkios, I think. Yeah, you get the home THX thing still with the Onkios, and Denon, they don't support it anymore. Screw you, Denon. I think screw you and Marantz as well. And all the, screw you JBL synthesis. I don't think they have it on theirs as well now, because, think about it. You got all this crappy IMAX enhance, and it's just sitting there dormant on the bloody processor. It's doing squat. Yeah, THX can be used with anything, everything, except for Limax. So yeah, it's like how come you don't get all the Blu-ray kiddies on that Blu-ray forum site moaning, why wasn't it in Limax enhancement? You only got, what, a few titles of Limax enhancement? And I bet most people don't even play those movies now. They were like, oh, I'll buy that day one. And now they're just, those discs are just sitting there on the shelf gathering dust. They hardly care about them anymore. Everyone bought these new things because they're seducing you with Limax, because it is Limax. It's not IMAX. If it were IMAX, it'd be 80 feet wide by 60 feet high. I know, it's an OLED. That's not IMAX. But then when you look at film itself, you think, yeah, it's that size. Yeah. But when it's shown on the TV, that switching or on the projector, it's, I don't know, you just got to sort of, the anti-IMAX community are saying, no, it's Limax. Unless you build something out in your back garden, that's about, well, it's got to be at least about 100 foot wide, because you need double walls and everything, so you sound isolated, so the neighbours don't hear it. It's got to be at least 100 foot, because the inside would be them with the screen 80 feet wide and then 60 feet high. And then somehow I don't think you'll get planning permission. Well, you will get, but it will probably cost an arm and a leg, and the size of the building and the concrete and all the materials, steel structure, everything. It would just cost an arm and a leg. So you could just go out there and get some truss or something and just, put a screen out, literally outdoors, boom, and you can say, oh, that's IMAX. Of course, you need a bloody lens, and of course you need a bloody lamp house to put the bloody brightness up on the screen. Oh, it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit for the home. It's a scam. How much of this soundtrack has been, I don't know, maybe adjusted from theatrical mix? Hard to tell. It's not like Laserdisc and, you got the same title on Blu-ray or such, and then you notice there's a difference in the dynamic range. It's like it seems less, or it seems like a loudness war. And you listen to Laserdisc and it's like, why is the Laserdisc better? Whoa. I mean, I don't care to play it at a level where, well, the microphones, the choir voices that I hear, it's not like you're hearing the choir voice of a single or few up close. It sounds distant in the echo and the echo sound of the choir. So, depending on where the microphones are located, I think it might say on the end credits, if I watch the end credits, maybe where the choir was recorded. What, was it done in the UK, the USA? I don't know. Just got to watch the end credits. Abbey Road, Lynn House, Air Studio. I have no idea where they did the score for the choir voices and such. they do sound distant. And you know, if I play it at a certain level, I think, yeah, that level sounds about acceptable, because it sounds like the choir are distant away from me. If I was to go, oh, that sounds pretty loud. You know. Then you got how many voices, how many choir voices, male, females. So if I set that to 90, just at this distance. Oh, that's about 90 dB there. Oh, and that went down. Oh, yeah, you're looking at maybe 90 plus dB, and you've got all the choir voices, and that's going to add, you know, it's going to be like bloody fingers in your ears, you know. And then you got all the other. I don't know. Do the choir voices wear earplugs? Because you got someone next to you, and someone bloody hell. You can't just say, "Oh yeah, that was okay." You know, your ears are going to be feeling a little bit weird after that, especially at those frequencies. I think I've got to go play these intros again. Look at. I probably missed it. Probably look at the IMDb. It's probably a lot easier. Yeah, anyway. I'm turning it off now. It's interesting to see the frequency go that low on the OFE. It'll probably do that on all the screen channels and the overheads and everything else. DTSX, you see, there's another thing. DTSX. There's another lemon. I don't see Aura. I don't see Aura on there because we all know Aura is a dead sound format. I don't see DTSX. That's another sound format. That's well, Aura is down here. DTSX, I think, is probably down there. Dolby Atmos is up there. Basically, in other words, it's monopolizing the market, and the others are just well, Aura is extinct, I think. DESX will definitely go soon. DESX will phase out. No one cares about it. You see, there's no one that cares. It's not like you got a pet, you know, a dog or a cat or a pet bird, you know, and you care for that. No one cares about DESX. It's just an immaterial encoding, decoding sound delivery format that's soon be Toodaloo. Because I think it's a vicious market. Because Dolby, they obviously want to have all the chips. Well, they have been kind of improving things, haven't they, since the early 1970s with mono soundtrack Type A, Canon, and then a few others, and then optical Dolby stereo soundtracks, and then magnetic soundtrack, and then and have shown interest in it. So yeah, so the others just, but like I say, Atmos is still technically flawed. You can't have sounds moving around like have a below multi surround array. I've only got a partial matrix below surround array, which is, you know, there's not many of those around. Not many people are using that for the home. But if there was a purpose discrete multi floor surround array, you could have those creatures or whatever the bloody hell it is moving around in Dune, depending on how the photography's done and the angle and the audience is looking, and then you create something to create a visual to psychoacoustic illusion. You think, what the bloody hell is that moving around below? You know? See, that will surprise the audience. You know, they'll be waiting for that sound surprise, you know, and have it so it, you know, you can hear whatever it is moving behind below and then slithering or moving around the floor, and the sound getting distant as it gets near to someone else, and it's getting distant away from you, because that is how it would be in the real world. That is how sound works. Oh, all, you know, you just hear it in the usual same typical places where it has been since what? Since the days of Fantasia, 1940. Or, well, mono at first, 1926. And then 1927 when they had, 1926, I believe, where it's just music and effects or such. And then, or is it just music? And then sound effect with vocal, dialogue, whatever, you know, 27, jazz singer. Don't know what the other one was. And then, you know, nothing's much changed, you know. You've got all this digital capability technology, and they're not even using it. They are wasting. Dolby Labs, again, they've wasted nearly 13 years when they could have had something in the floor as well, and that would complete everything. Because once that's done, there's nowhere else left then to take the sound system, or mixing, encoding, decoding, and delivering it. There's nowhere else left to go. But then who says most of all these speakers for Atmos or what layout or whatever has to go there? Why not just stick some of those speakers or their outputs in the floor, and then have it do something else? You know, at least the other channels will be discreet, and they'll be doing something, whatever, when they're doing something in the mix. And then you put it through a ProLogic 2X, and you can expand that stereo signal out into seven speakers. Oh, that's seven, isn't it? Yeah, so that's five, that's six, that's seven. Yeah, seven. Yeah, you know what I mean. Anyway, low frequencies. That was interesting. I didn't expect it to go that low. Yeah, 1 hertz. Huh. Oh. Oh, I've got to take my medication accordingly. Oh. I haven't looked at anything else on Dune to see how much high frequency it goes up to. Probably do 20. Not that I could hear 20. That's way too faint for me to even hear, and it would have to have incredible level of amplitude just to what you only notice like something like sounds like a little squeak to my cat. It would be alarmingly too loud. So to a microphone, it'll pick that up way too easy. But our hearing, it just rolls off, makes it very difficult. Just the same with infrasonic low frequencies, you can't hear them. You just feel something, sense it moving or whatever. That's normally, you might notice it daily, tactile in a vehicle, bus, train, maybe an airplane. Maybe road work drillings or some, and you sense something. But you haven't got monitoring equipment to see what the frequency is. Yeah. Those JBLs would be pretty good, those 5628s. It's the JBL 4645C series, the 4645Cs, they're now discontinued. So I imagine some cinemas would be probably still keeping them, probably still get hold of spare parts, maintenance or whatever. That's if, something breaks. But they'll probably eventually change them over to 5628s. Still, I think the surrounds do pretty good compared to one of those surrounds at the cinema they were using. I think I forgot what models they are. They're 50 something. Turn that spectrum off now. Don't need it on. Looks like the laser discs are turning up now from import from America. Probably get another bundle next week, and then the next week probably another bundle, because the way that the seller sent them out. They also froze in a few other laser discs. That's nice. I was only expecting one laser disc to arrive, and I got bonus two extras. Buy one, get two free. Didn't think much of the movie The Grifters. Bit depressing that was. Strictly Ballroom. That was it. That was nice. That was musical. Got a bass in it. Bass. Professional. I don't know why people still buy this JBL synthesis. Really don't understand. It's overpriced and it's overrated. You just get just ordinary, just JBL professional motion picture. The same things that are, yeah. Especially the older, especially the past ones. I wouldn't say old. Let's just say the past ones. So I think it's those ones. I can't really tell with these because they all look alike. JBL 9300 and 9310. They look identical. So that's probably what they're using down at the Odeon. I just don't. Somehow I just don't like the design or the look of the. 10-inch. Bit similar to, I don't know, a bit similar to the 8340, 8340As. I think they're very pricey. 83, so 8310. Oh, sorry, not 83, 9310. Price about £500 each. That's not cheap, especially if you need an array of them. It's cheaper to get some JBL 83, the classics, the 8330 series. Easily sometimes pick them up for less than 100 each. The lowest I got mine were, what were they? I think they were £39 or £40 each speaker. Each of these were about £40 from Twickenham Film Studios. So a lot of famous film soundtracks have been mixed on those surrounds. I had a problem with them. You buy other speakers that are, just what? Because you're trying to show off to someone that you just spent a humongous amount, when someone would just say you could have gone second hand and just get the same results cheaper. And you can put more in, and then you've got something there to brag about. There's, there's thousands of these, thousands of them made. maybe $1 million. I don't know. I don't know what year they discontinued making them, but they came around late 1980s. I think they might have been manufactured up to close to the probably the late 90s, and then probably because there were other models, the 83, 33, which is 2 2/8s and a HF horn. Those are rare. Those hardly show up, but let's say they would have made bundles of them. That'd be an ideal. That'd be an ideal for a setup. Of course, there are other models that's similar to the 83A range, or the ones with the plasticky kind of enclosures. 8320s, 8350s, 83A. There's so many. When you look at them, they all look alike. You think, what one is that? You can't really tell. If you see 8330s, 8330 Mark 1s and Mark 2s in a cinema, usually you can tell by looking at the side of the unit, because they got some telltale sign things that will say, oh yeah, that's a Mark 1 and that's a Mark 2 model. What's the difference between Mark 1 and Mark 2? The Mark 2's got a flare port. The Mark 1 doesn't. The design of the mid-range is where it fits into. Sorry, that I think it could be a little bit improved. I think modified, actually. Probably improved. Maybe send it to Danny Research. What can you do with this? Can you improve it? No. I'll just look at it myself and think, what can I do to improve that? Because one model has a kind of looks like it's made out of paper mache, and there's another one that's got a kind of plasticky sort of thing, and this is where the mid-range fits into, and it's got some dampening material in it, so you could probably think, how to improve that, because how the whole thing's attached, it's got to be kind of, I can think of a few ways. I can think of a few ways to improve. Test it, see if it makes a bit of a difference in the mid-range, which trifle, tiny trifle. Otherwise, yeah, I'm not really complaining. They work. 83, 56, 56, 28. I'm not seeing listed the price. I think last I checked, they were about $5 or $6 grand. I think they're not cheap. They've been out a few years, so. And the way cinemas are going now, look like cinemas are sort of like, all these little independent ones. Cinemas are sort of like, yeah. It's when the multiplexes It's right when they start to, yeah. There's not many people go to cinemas now. Attendances are probably very few to what they were. Most people rather watch it on a mobile phone or on a laptop. And it's like, I've seen it. I don't care to buy it. Yeah. Yeah, $4,000, $4,000. UK, oh yeah, 2,000, yeah, $3,000. That's about the price of an SVS sub, I think. Of course, it comes with an amplifier, but it's only a 16-inch, or is it 17 inches? And it's nowhere near the size as the size of a 5628. 5628, flipping that. It's almost, I know, it's almost bigger than the JBL TCB 4688. It's 40. I still remember the size. It's about 49 inches wide. What's that? $4,688. Discontinued. Oh no. The JBL 4688. Oh no, that's bigger than the. That's 59 inches. It's almost 60 inches wide, for crying out. You need a tank to bring that in. It's flipping huge. And those suckers were made for nightclubs, and occasionally they might see them in some cinemas or THX cinema. They only used, I think, 2 of those at the Odeon, Leicester Square. Wonder what they've done with them. Whether if they put them in a warehouse or because it's very rare. It's very rare those show up on eBay today. Sometimes you can see them cheap, and it's like you saw them that it's like, whoa, buy it, because it's probably not difficult to DIY and make that enclosure, make a clone. Okay, I wouldn't mind some of those. And do some adjustment, maybe. How deep is it? It's a bit difficult to read these PDF because they're not very good print. Page, what's that say? It's almost 30 inches high, and well, almost, yeah, it's the same, about 30 inches deep. Crikey. Look at that. I'd have to move my screen forward slightly a little bit. That sucker. I wouldn't mind now. Crikey. Get 2 of those behind the screen. or that'll make an SR-71 Blackbird afterburner pressurized. Boom, boom. When those afterburners kick in. Which one's a decent one to watch? Oh, it's better just to put the laser disc on. I think this one's just an attempt to enhance it. Where is that? Boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom.
Make me puke my guts out. I'll do my best. Turning to 120. Gray Eagle, this is Black Star. Turning to 120. My guts out. I'll do my best. Turning to 1. Puke my guts out. 20. Please don't make me puke my guts out. I'll do my best. Turning to 120. Gray Eagle, this is Black Star.
I'm pretty sure they just changed. I'm pretty sure they changed the font on the. I'm not sure if that's. Oh, the font on the Storm Audio looks different to what it was last week. When I last looked at it, the font here has changed. I don't recall doing any upgrade.
It sure looks beautiful. God, sometimes I wish I could stay up here.
Put a bit of extension on the sub.
System status check. Make me puke my gut. Gray Eagle, this is Black Star.
Wow.
120. Gray Eagle, this is Black Star. Black Star 2, this is Gray Eagle. Go ahead. Michelle. Brought back from the other. No one can know about it.
Wow.
Brought back from the other. No one can know about it. Michelle.
Oh, feel that afterburner.
Brought back from the other.
just kind of curious about that. Just kind of like the diameter of the SR-71's Blackbird's aft of the engine, the diameter there, and then of course, well, maybe the length, and then thinking like, how many ludicrous amount of 18-inch subs, you know, so you add 18, it adds 3 inches, and add another, and then another 3, and so on and so on and so on and so on and so on. Or you could get one of those stupid overpriced Ascendos, 80-inch. Would it be? I don't know. I'm not sure what I'd have to check the specs. Now I'm getting a bit personal now for the bit obsessed, like, you know. I mean, how big's that SR-71? I'll have to look at the specs. You know, yeah. Well, you see where it's located in the film, so you'd have to add behind the screen special THX JBL array, screen array, sub array, etc. You know, so bloody hell. It certainly thunders, that does, when it kicks in the afterburner. And this film is still not being released on the little tiny Blu-ray disc or whatever in its original 6-track discrete. But it sounds great on Laserdisc in Dolby Stereo. It sounds brilliant.
Back from killer. No one can know about it. No shell. Brought back. Series. Oh. Retired. Retired planes. Oh. Retired. Retired planes with no shell. Brought back from killer. No one can know about it. You understand? No one. Who is Killer? Killer is black magic. What is black magic? What is Spark?
Oh, it's my cat, Black Magic.
What is black magic? It is black. Retired planes with no shells. Brought back from Killer. No one can know about it. You understand? Brought back from Killer. No one can know about it.
Whoa, look at that. Look at that.
No one.
Whoa.
Who is Killer? Killer is black magic. Level off check is taxi lights. Taxi lights on. Black Star 2, you are cleared for takeoff. Black Star 2 is rolling.
Wow. Holy, whoa. I could feel the wave of low sub bass just rolling over my body. Oh, like like when you see those airplanes with the in the daytime, or where you can see the heat wave around the engine. You can see this, like that's what it feels like. It feels like a wave of whoa, wow. Wow. It's an easy 100 dB. And it's kind of hard to say whether it sounds or feels realistic. That's an easy 100. It's nothing stupid like 150 dB. Because I don't think even a real thing like that, even if it's you're standing distant away from it, and it's roaring down the runway, and then climb for a lift up, and then climb for ascent. I don't think it would do 150 dB on an SPL. It would do something, but not 150. It's just unless you're bloody stupid Tom Cruise and you're hanging on the bloody back end of the bloody afterburner, getting crisped at the same time, roasted. Whoa, flipping hell. That sounds pretty neat, that does. Oh, flip up. I can feel it. It's just thundering into the back of my seats. I just feel it thundering. That's how many frequencies? How many frequencies is that again? This course is on YouTube. There are two videos. One was loaded up 13 years ago. Another one was loaded up a few years ago. But these transfers come from, I think, either the Laserdisc or the widescreen VHS tape. Because they're just waiting for this to get released in high definition. But I spoke with or had a communication with the director many years ago, and he said it's down to the studios and such. He's got no control over it.
Black Star 2 is rolling.
This was the first movie, all digitally recorded. Wow. There's quite a few frequencies there. Its frequency range it's trickling off a little bit, but it's reaching down below 20 hertz. It's going down below 20. All this bullshit about YouTube and all this bloody bullshit compression. Yeah, I can see it. It's going down low. It's going down below 20. Wow. Wow. Take the fader up a bit for one. Yeah. Wow, that's just mute that there. You just don't even get the level on the OLED speakers. No, that sounds like a bloody sound. That sounds like a bloody cheap speaker, bloody soundbar on those. Sod that. Let's have it on some JBL motion picture speakers. Wow.
24 away.
Is that a Cobra Roger bleep? I don't know.
Albuquerque departure, this is Black Star 2.
Roger, Black Star 2. Go ahead.
We're outbound, heading 089er. 19.9, switched.
Black Star 2, you're cleared to BLV to direct file to this file. Contact Gray Eagle 234.2 Squawk 1047. Contact Gray Eagle 234.2 Squawk 1047. They'll pick you up after find. 4.2 Squawk 1047. They'll pick you up after find.
What is black magic?
I don't know.
What is black magic? Jip. What is black magic?
I don't know.
What is black magic? Jason, what is it? What does it mean?
I don't remember black magic.
I know you remember, Jason. You remember everything you've ever experienced, everything you've seen, heard, tasted, smelled, felt, is stored in your brain. Everything.
Why does he want to know about black magic? No one knows about black magic. No one knows about black magic. No one knows about black magic. Why is he doing this? Why? Doing a system status check. Okay. Level off check is complete. Ready for afterburner check.
Wow.
Albuquerque Center afterburner test complete. Ready for afterburner check. Afterburner check. Albuquerque Center afterburner
Wow.
test complete. We show everything green. Ready for afterburner check. Ready for afterburner check. Afterburner check.
Wow. Diamond, that nice diamond trail on the afterburner. Wow. Awesome.
Albuquerque Center. Albuquerque.
Whoa, flipping heck. I mean, pause it there. Flip it, I can hear it. That's like, it's like Indiana Jones bullwhip, gigantic THX whipping the back of the room.
Test complete.
Wow.
Albuquerque. Albuquerque Center F. Afterburner check. Albuquerque Center afterburner test complete. We show everything green.
Roger, Black Star 2.
Initiating climb checklist. Roger. Everything.
If this were, were released, and then also maybe given a proper from scratch, do it from scratch and do like an Atmos Plus, not Atmos, but Atmos Plus. So it's got below surrounds because, you're talking about an aircraft that's up in the air. Oh, this plane is so sinister looking. This is a good replica model. Pretty cheap it was, and it's pretty detailed, even right down to the flipping cockpit. It's pretty detailed. I should have put some, well, maybe I could have modified it and sort of look at it and think, put some LEDs in there that glow for the afterburners. I wanted to buy a bigger model, but I don't do model kits things anymore. I used to. That was a thing back in the 80s and 90s or something. What was that? I think it was the 80s. Well, actually, I think a little bit the 70s and the 80s. But no. Blackbird. Black magic. Titanium. Special black paint. Who cares what it is? These damn things are made of plastic. Plastic? What? even the underneath, it's all pretty detailed. So yeah, you're talking about, something that's on screen that's going through the sky, and you've got to have a sense of speakers all over. So, you get the sense of some sort of wind movement or something, and you got this plane moving through the air, or it's it's coming down towards the camera, and it goes below, underneath your seating. See, it's flying around the room. See, it's not just restricted to speakers. It can fly anywhere. You see what I mean? This is impossible for any speaker system to do, not unless you've got speakers there sat in front of you. Otherwise, then it just looks intimidating. But there are things that you can do with seats. You can put speakers in seats and energize and make the seats sound move around the seats, and below it, and then you got the things above. And if you do mixing and such, you could create phantom signals to create like a sound that seems like it's about ear height. If you just take ordinary two channel speaker stereo and put literally one above on the ceiling and one flush fitted in the floor, parallel, so they're literally parallel, and then stood in between it, and then use the balance control, so you get like a sound like it sounds like it's just like when you have two speakers up in front, left to right, and you got to be in that sort of position. Sometimes that's easy to find in a cinema. You listen to the music, sometimes they might play some non-sync music. Very rare. And then you just, because usually they're played on two speakers, and you just think, oh yeah, it sounds about equal there, and you think, yeah, this seat here is about the middle line, because that's, it's very technical, but it's very easy to spot if you know what to listen for. Well, look for in an auditorium and then listen for. I think they did a JBL advertisement one time where they had a SR71 with some JBL tweeters, because they're made of titanium. I think it's a 1980s advertisement, but I can't find it or know what speaker was used for the advertisement, but it would be around about late 1980s. Yeah, such a sinister looking plane. Unarmed, but very sinister. Very fast. And that cockpit there, that's pretty neat. Yeah. don't think I need a bigger model. Just like this. This is not bad. I'll put this back on its stand. Oh. Yeah. Cool.
Roger, adding power for climb.
Wow. Whoa. Oh.
Flight navigation route check complete. Roger.
Oh,
Level
oh.
lock checklist complete.
Oh, look at that.
Roger.
That's pretty
Leveling off at 80,000.
bit of a low slam there. That was a bit of a slam. Slam,
Switching
brief
mode
depth.
It sure looks beautiful. God, sometimes I wish I could stay up here. Roger. Zero. Please don't make me puke my guts out. Gray Eagle, this is Black Star 2. Black Star 2, this is Gray Eagle. Roger, Black Star, we have radar contact on you. Your clearance filed to Beale, direct Las Vegas. Jet 110 to Columbus,
Wow.
descend to maintain flight level 520.
Oh.
Descend to maintain flight level 520. Jet 110 to Columbus, direct. Descend to maintain flight level 520.
Flipping heck. Yeah, I know this movie, it almost puts Dune 2 to shame. Look at that low end. Look at that. I mean, come on. Yes. I mean, this is whoa, flipping heck.
Las Vegas. Jet 110 to Columbus, direct. Descend to maintain flight level 520. Descent is filed to Beale, direct Las Vegas. Jet 110 to Columbus, direct. Descend to maintain flight level 520.
So you see where it's descending, you know, off screen, so you'd have it overhead, slightly on the screen, because it'd be on screen. It's not directly on the overhead speakers, so it'd be up screen, but a bit higher up. Behind the screen, then descending down. You know, this is why they should update the screen speakers totally to about. Well, you could start minimum at 15, but then but then it's depending on how big that screen is and how many of those speakers. Boom. There's still gaps behind the screen. There's still gaps in between those speakers, you know, with real sound, with atmospheric sound and such, or there won't be any gaps in that sound field. It's just not right. It just defies the laws of nature. With man-made objects and such, probably will be gaps depending on what the object is. But you know, if it's an aircraft such, we know where the engines are located, and you'd have to have, you have to listen and sort of see, like, does it seem like it's radiating out, or does it seem like it's in a small area, but it sounds very large and loud? Yeah. But anyway, even on air, it sounds pretty damn impressive. Oh, flipping out. There was like a flipping earthquake. Wow.
Christ, everything is full of static electricity.
Whoa.
Black Star 2, this is Grey Eagle. We show you descending through 480. Do you concur?
Whoa.
Okay, Tommy, here we go. Mission checklist. EVIS and pilot's aid emergency battery.
EVIS and backup power on.
Static interference computers.
Static.
There is a lot of panning in it. A lot of panning.
Interference computers armed. Black Star 2, this is Grey Eagle. We show you descending through 390. You have traffic 8 o'clock, 12 miles northeastbound at 370. Do you read?
Tommy?
I see him. We've got plenty of room.
Radar deflection shield switch in unguarded position.
Roger. Radar shield switch in unguarded position. Present altitude 320. 310. Black Star 2, this
Wow.
is Grey Eagle on guard. Ident if you read.
Looking switch in unguarded position.
Roger.
Wow.
Roger, Denver Center. Roger. Roger, Denver Center. Roger. Roger, Denver Center.
Great traffic, you know, you can hear the voices panning. Kind of gravity, kind of pre-gravity, like, you know, where you hear gravity, you hear the radio voices and that panning, the space shuttle voices panning, and them in the EVA suits and moving around. Yeah. So you need, like, so you can hear radio with an Atmos Plus, so you can hear radio signals moving below you or around you or side or whatever above. So, you know, it seems like you're up there in the air. That's what it's about, creating a visual to psychoacoustic illusion of also, like, you think you're like, yeah, it's maybe in a hot air balloon in a basket, and you can sense the sound of the air and the temperature. Well, probably can't really do that unless you change the temperature in the room.
Systems armed.
Wow. Wow.
And they were never seen or heard from again. Tommy, turn off Grey Eagle and go.
Whoa.
Stealth mission commenced at 1-2000.
Wow.
I don't see anything. Looks like 12 miles visibility. kind lightning leaps out of. Fire number 2.
Whoa.
Fire extinguisher bombs at number 2. Roger. Fire extinguisher bombs at number 2. Gray Eagle, this is Black Star 2. We have an engine fire. Got any check message? No.
Auto check system activated.
No. I see a clearing.
System armed.
No. I get us down. Gosh,
System.
no one. Pulling up here, pulling up here. No one. Oh my God.
Jason? Jason? Jason?
Everything's green. Overcoat, everything's green. Except top of the air. I've seen some pre-lightning static activity. I don't see anything. Looks like 12 miles visibility. And the clouds we've got don't look like the kind that lightning leaps out. Ellie. Tommy, you want to give me a status check? So much for your lightning theory, Einstein. Any damage? Everything looks okay. So much for your lightning theory, Einstein. Any damage? Everything looks okay, but that doesn't mean it works. Overcoat, I think we've been hit by lightning. I'm pretty sure it was a strike. Running a systems check. Black Magic, we have a line fail in your telemetry flight transponder. We are switching you to auxiliary. Roger, Overcoat. Black Magic, be right. Roger, Overcoat. Magic, this is Magic, be right. Roger, Overcoat. Magic, this is Operation Overcoat.
Wow.
Roger, Overcoat. Magic, this is Operation Overcoat. We have a line fail in your telemetry transponder. Doing no begin. Magic, this is Operation Overcoat. We have a line fail in your telemetry transponder. Doing no begin. Great. Going to number 2 radio. Try it again. Overcoat, this is Black Magic. Do you read? I show at least 3 system failures, and we've got a fuel line leak in number 2. I show at least 3 system failures, and we've got a fuel line leak in number 2. Running a diagnostic. And we've got a fuel line leak in number 2. Running a diagnostic. Line leak in number 2. Running a diagnostic.
Wow.
We've got a fire at number 2. We've got a fire at number 2. We've got a fire at number 2. Tommy? Roger. Fire extinguisher bombs at number 2. Number 2 selected. Tommy? Roger. Fire extinguisher bombs at number 2. Number 2 selected. Fire handle full. I'm starting with thrust at number 6. It's going through 80%. I'm starting with thrust at number 6. It's going through 80%. Looks like possible computer damage. Tommy, I'm dumping that fuel. Roger, I'm adding fuel. I still show. Tommy, I'm dumping that fuel. Roger, I'm adding fuel. I still show. Tommy, I'm dumping that fuel. Roger, I'm adding fuel. I still show a final one on number 2. Roger, I'm adding fuel. I still show a final one.
There's a lot of shaking in the visual image, and I would imagine if this were on the 6-track discrete, there'll probably be maybe an aggressive LFE, probably discrete going on, even though there's quite some whopping bass across the, I imagine, I don't think this movie is ever going to see the light of blue or even a 4K. I don't think it's going to happen. Probably get a petition going and say, hey, not for just young kiddies that have probably got no idea, but ones that are a little bit older, probably understand the the CDS thing, because very few people would have heard CDS. Very small amount of audience would have heard, or even probably can remember it. I've never heard it, even though there was only just a few of them in the UK, but wasn't very widely spread out to give it a bit more street fanfare, sort of something, not like Dolby. I suspect there's quite a bit of an aggressive LFE vibration, shimmering, shaking, low end going on there somewhere in the mix. Even though sometimes you get some of it going into the screen channel, so it's kind of moving around. It's depending on what level, what dynamic range.
Gray Eagle, this is Black Star 2. We have an engine fire. Running an engine fire checklist.
It's pretty
Gray
neat.
Eagle, this is Black Star 2.
It's not too bad. I don't often use it.
Gray Eagle, this is Black Star 2. We obviously have a major malfunction here.
It's pretty effective on the using all the nearly all the channels there. Well, I don't think I've got anything muted on the. I think they're all turned on. It just depends on the what the encode decoding is doing on the DSU. So it's pretty good. I'm still, everything's on. I still know. The font on the text has changed. There's nothing. I don't think I possibly. I don't think there's anything on the system. Sister through settings. I don't think they have any fonts or any font on this. Looks like it's been altered. It's definitely been changed. So I've probably got a screen capture of let me see. Go back to the might have a screen capture of this on let's have a look. Let's have a look here. Something. Anything different there in that font? Probably got a picture screen capture somewhere. Right. Got one there. I know I would have another one here. I've probably got another screen capture. Well, if I look at the font on there, that's the what's it layout, the channel assignment layout. So, anything different there in the text? Hang on, let's see. Hang on, no, I think that's on the. Hang on, that's on the remote. That's the remote. Yeah, that's the wrong one there. That'd be the remote. No, not the. Kick out. So it look like that. It's hard to see there. I do know that font is changed. Okay, this one here. Looks the same. Looks identical. LEF. Yeah, it's the same font there. But it is different. Not sure they could do things like upgrades like over, because you've got to download. You've got to click OK to have any adjustment. I think Storm Audio is going to have another blooming firmware update soon. I think it's going to be around, I'm guessing, probably around April, Easter time. And then they'll have another firmware around middle summertime, and then they'll have another firmware near the end of the year. It's usually 3 firmware changes every year. Not sure what then the other one's going to be, if it's going to be anything of any use. Jean-Michel laser harp. Anywhere from a few hundred to a few grand. Wouldn't mind one. Down, 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 down. That's cool. Actually, I've seen one a lot cheaper. Kind of, you got to build it and solder it all together. It's got laser arrays and circuit board and pretty cheap. Ugh. When I do that, you get that blur vision effect. You see everything blurring. Oh, so makes me feel a little bit exhausted and dizzy. Blood pressure's a little bit low, I think. Relax, don't do it. When you want to go to it. Oh. Probably yes. Probably yes. Relax, don't do it. When you want to go to it. Oh, gosh almighty. What's this for? Oh, is this in a foreign language? So, oh, it's in. What's that, Italian?
Il va rien sentir. Je passe sur 1, 2, 0.
Italiano.
Ici, Black Star.
Emociano. Emociano. No,
Mon survol de la base de billets.
Moshe. Find a little clutch. Moshe. You also got final approaching. Italiano. Ula, ula, cula. Oh. What's the where is it? I'll switch to oh, it's on HDMI. So what am I missing? RAW, is that on? It's off. Okay, click, 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 click. need all those channels turned on, so turn them, mute, turn them off. There's that. Yeah, there's that. Okay. Turn these off. They definitely have, there definitely is a font change here. Turn those off. Oh, do that one because that's muted on the TCX. Okay. Okay. I think I can use it. Done this before a couple of months ago, didn't I? I think I did. Times. Just turn the fader down a little bit. Okay, turn it on. And there we go, got a fundamental. Let's fader up a little bit. That's really, really risky going down this low. That's about as low as the REW goes, 1 hertz. There's a signal down here at 1 hertz, but it's very faint. But it's very, you know, it's very dodgy going down. You got to have test equipment. You can't just go down there and think, you know, oh, great. You got to have some test equipment all rigged up, otherwise you risk damaging your amplifier, you risk damaging your the sub bass driver. And you got to bear in mind, you know that you might need to add more subs of the same. So the signal, how weak ever, no matter how weak the signal is on the acoustical on the speakers, you got to add. So you're doubling up 3 dB. Plus you got to bear in mind the room gain, and well, 1 hertz. It's bigger than your home. It might be small, but yeah, it depends on the amplitude you give it. But you know, you can't allow yourself to see harmonics because I don't know how often do you hear one, or how often do you feel or sense 1 hertz? Maybe I do. Maybe well, bodies resonate at 8 hertz. The Earth resonates at about 7 point something hertz. As one guy checked quite a long ago, by looking at the ocean waves and the gap between, and then figured it out. But the Earth's has got a resonant frequency by figuring out the the gaps between the ocean waves. Sure had a lot of time on his hands. Yeah, because I could stare at it myself. I wouldn't even guess. I didn't even know till about a couple of weeks ago that the Earth has a resonant frequency. Didn't know that. So a lot, there's still a lot of science that mystifies us, eludes us. If I open the window, then at a certain low frequency infrasonic, I get an increase in dB. Goes up by anywhere 3 or 4 dB increase, and then the curtain on the window starts moving. Well, it's not really a curtain; it's just a kind of covering to cover the, because the air pressure between the outside and the indoors, and then it just makes the fabric start flexing or fluctuation. But you get the same thing if you get a door and move it back and forth. You can get some very, very, very low infrasonic, low frequencies below 10 hertz, 5 hertz. I think it's about, or 4 hertz. And the more that you move the door, because a door is basically it's pushing the air from and the door is about 28 inches wide, and I think about 28 inches, and it's about 6 foot plus, something, or 7, just under 7 foot in height. And it's a big size, and the bigger the door and the more that you could move it back and forth, the more of an infrasonic that you would see. So if you had a microphone and a spectrum lab, you'd see this waveform, like a boom, 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 boom. It start, boom, 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 boom. Just sort of similar to in Dune. You see sometimes these signals hitting, boom, and it hits in the middle and woof, it radiates out. Boom. Yeah. So every home can do infrasonic. You don't have to go out and spend stupid money on a big sub-bass peak just to see an infrasonic. Just got to work it out on the door, Same thing when closing a window. Does the same sort of thing. You see a pressure change and boom, you see this, whoa. You can hear one part, but you can't register the other part because it's infrasonic to our ears. But you can see it on test equipment. And you go, mesmerized. Wow. I'll have to switch over to the microphone. If it will permit. Oh yeah, it's on USB. But it's not. Yeah, I've got to switch the lead over. On the computer. Is it switched over? Just tap the microphone, see if it's. I don't think it's switched over, so I've probably got to. Hang on, probably got to turn that off and then turn it back on. Check the. Yeah, it's on USB. Tap the microphone, just check to see if it's active. No. Hang on. It's probably on the wrong channel. Hang on, let me see here. So I'm getting a 50 hertz burst. That's just a ground thing on the oh no, I forgot, hang on. Because I'm on the USB microphone. Why did I switch the lead? Let me go and plug the lead back in and the other way. Let's see. But it's that's just switching the lead. That's just switching the lead, and you get a thump. Let me just check the REW. Yeah, it's active there. Yeah, it's active on me. Okay. What's it not picking up? I know it's something to do with the channel switching. It's on the wrong channel. Hang on, just tap the microphone again to see. I think it's active now. Let me just tap it again. I'm getting something there, but it's difficult to find the options and the audio settings. Because that USB microphone's going out on a different, unless I got to switch over to one of the XLR microphones, and I'll probably get a signal. More things change, the more they remain the same. So I might as well just switch to, oh gosh, turn on the, but yeah, it should just run through the, can't remember last time if I used the USB. It's got nothing to do with the settings on the REW outputs. So if it's going on the, see, it's going out on the REW preferences. I've got left, where is it? Left, right, loop. Let's turn that to the left. There. If I try the RTA. Oh, it's still registering on the RTA, even though I switched the. There's something that's tap the mic. I'm going to have to switch this over to the XR now. It's not registering. It should be talking with the spectrum now, but it's only talking with the REW and the true RTA. and probably something else on the computer, but it's on the wrong channel because this Spectrum Lab is on probably left channel or right channel. I can't remember which. So it's not, yeah. Oh, so I'll just switch over to where is it? Just go back to this blooming thing. Just put that preference thing back to where it was on the before I switched it. Put it back there. Okay. So I'm gonna have to power up the audio mixer. Which is it? Is it that? Oh yeah. Okay. So then go to the computer, switch the USB microphone over to the other ones. Switch it over there. Ooh. Which microphone should I tap? Let's tap this one, see if I get a signal. Can I see a signal on the audio mixer? Signal there. Signal on. Let's turn that gain level up. Tap the microphone, see if I can get a thump signal. No, I think it switched the lead over because it's on the other lead. Definitely on the other lead of the mixer. Oh, my blood pressure is a little bit weird. Very, very imbalanced this week. Comes and goes, my blood pressure. Should be active now. If I tap the microphone, I should get a signal. Boom, there we go. It's active. Okay, let's just tap in lightly the microphone. Right, now I'm going to go over to the door and start moving it back and forth, and then you'll see an infrasonic low frequency down in this range. Yes, this room can do it. Your room can do it. Okay. There we go. There it is. I'll do it a little bit faster. A bit more aggressive. Look at that low frequency. Look at that. I'll tell you wouldn't see that sort of level. You wouldn't see that sort of level on Dune 2. I mean, Dune 2 was going low, but you wouldn't see it. Not with a little bit of pink there. That's a bit of high energy there. If I do it again, so it's picking up on this microphone over here. The other ones might be turned down a little bit. There are others that are not probably turned down. So if I do that again, but a little bit less, and then I'll go open the window. But it's very difficult to notice because it's more easy to notice with a steady state fundamental tone rather than something that's fluctuating, because it's very difficult to notice. But if I do it carefully, move the door back, a little bit gentle there, very gentle. I don't think I'm going to get an increase in the change if I open the window. But if I move the, it's very difficult to see that thing move. So if I move it again, move it again. Probably can't see it. I can't see it. because the window's not open. Woo. Just open a little bit. Let's open a little bit. That curtain will move now. Like, hey, don't pay any attention to the man behind the curtain. There we go, look. Oh, the curtain's moving. Ooh, there's something behind it. Ooh, it's a poltergeist. Yeah. Actually, that's kind of refreshing. Of course, that's shutting the window there. That little bit of frequency there. That's closing the window. So that went down to closing the window there. Went down to about 6 hertz, 8 hertz with the signal spreading out a little bit there. So yeah, that's pretty. Yeah, you get these movie soundtracks, and when they close a window or whatever in the bloody soundtrack shit, yeah, I doubt many with modern day all this atmos crap. You're going to get a low frequency because that is what you would get a change in the air pressure, and it would do something infrasonic. Hollywood mixers, take note. Stop bloody filtering the bloody soundtracks. Let it go. You're recording something that's picking up on the mic or whatever it is, but let it go that low. Don't restrict it. What's the sine wave? Turn that down a bit, put it on. That's 19 hertz. I'll turn the fader up a little bit. It's probably a bit easier on the RTA. Where is it? Where's the RTA? Where's the RTA? So I'll set that there. Go down to 17 hertz. Turn that up. Whoop. Put it about there. Easy does it. Okay, I'll go and open the window. Open the window a bit, and the SPL level goes up by a few dB. So it's moved from this line, and it's gone up a few dB just by opening the window. You get a bit of an increase in the depending on the frequency, probably the room size or whatever. Open the window a bit more wider, see if there's any more change there. Yeah, it's gone up a little bit more there. So if I open both windows, or if not that I can get to the other window, open it, but yeah, that's open pretty wide, and I can feel the cold air coming in, going around my legs, because cold air goes downwards. My legs are getting a little bit chilly. Oh, if I move the window back and forth, you see another infrasonic moving there, down and there, but it's on one octave smoothing, so it's a little bit difficult to see the, but probably be a bit easier on the Spectrum Lab. Because it's also in Technicolor. So I've got a nice fundamental here. Whoosh. Move the window back and forth. You see some infrasonic low below it, around about it's around about 10 there. So different frequency pattern. I'll leave that open a little bit there and go and move the door, wave the door back and forth. See a different signature. Got a different signature there. One, the door's a bit more wider, larger size than the window. Yeah, the difference in the air, the outside air pressure to the indoor. Wow, like a vacuum. Oh, wow, that's a bit of a workout, that. So I shouldn't really play that sine wave too long, even though it's only playing at a low level. It's not playing at high level, but never play a sine wave at a very high SPL level. Short duration, but not long duration, otherwise the voice coil will heat up. And you risk more damaging or maybe the amplifier. And there's a bit more science to that. If you use a voltmeter, multi voltmeters, so you've got multi meters that are identically the same, you can attach those on equipment and you can see, you can calibrate the levels and all that, so that you know that the speaker or the output from the amplifier going to these speakers is this voltage, with a sine wave tone, and okay, and then of course the rest of it mechanically, if you were to test it outdoors, acoustically, with a microphone, and it's you see what you get, what you get, and you bring that you got the same speaker already set up. So if I were to take one of these JBLs surround speakers and test it outdoors, and then of course I don't have to, I'll just do all the comparisons. I would see differences in voltage. Voltage level would be the same, but acoustically they would be different. How close they are near the ceiling or the sidewalls, or should be a bit lower. In fact, they should be a lot lower. It's not easy with a home, because no matter how good a home cinema or home theatre is, they are not designed in the same sense of a classic cinema. Not these typical multiplexes where you just walk down a bloody side aisle and you've got this false wall going down one side. I'm talking about the classic ones where you may have two entrances, or maybe multiple, depending on the, and you walk up the steps and boom, you're in the auditorium. With the home, it's just typically usually a door on one side of the room. And usually you want to put a speaker around, say, that around that position, and it's rather awkward. But then, oh, yeah, you spend $1 million. You're not going to have anything that looks like a bloody cinema auditorium. And of course, you build it. Yeah, I've seen a lot of these home cinemas. I've seen some that look like a multiplex, some that look kind of neat, but oh gosh. So if you had a home and you sort of look at everything and then think, well, yeah, the room upstairs is fair size. And you think, well, how can you get it so it's like, you have another staircase or something built and put in so that you could, it's very tricky, the scale, the size. That's why when you look at auditoriums, they're so huge. And it's like, how can you do that on a smaller scale and make it look okay? I think, so that's the floor, and you've got a staircase that goes up, and so then you come into the room. And then, but the problem with that there, you'd have to have safety put around that, because, if you're funneling around in the dark, you could fall down into that void and have a serious accident. It's a little bit, you got to have a room that's, well, you got to have a garden. And then you think you design it, draw it out, and then you think, I wonder how much that would cost in materials. I mean, there's a home cinema on YouTube at the moment. I think a little bit over the top. Typical Americans, aren't they? Texas. Typical. I mean, this guy, he's got a mansion or whatever. What the bloody hell does he need with a room? Within a room. It's not like he's living near a motorway. A room within a room would be okay, yeah, but a room within a room, that's times 3, twice is good. One, probably, you're not going to notice it. If you don't have motorway nearby, you think, and airplanes, you're not going to notice. And you're just spending money out on something that's a little bit pointless. It's not like you're mixing in the room. You need a noise floor and floating floors. Oh, come on, please. You could do floating floors on the cheap very easily if you go down the scrap yard and look for the car suspension springs. Those springs can hold quite a few tons of weight, or pounds of weight, hundreds of pounds of weight. And you got multitudes of those underneath the floor. Of course, you've got to use an angle grinder and cut them down to a specific size. And then you put your floating floor on top so that when you walk in, it's something like that is only necessary if you're. It's like Dolby Labs in San Francisco. Their screening room is on a floating floor because they're so damn near to a flipping motorway, and so they're going to get vibrations, surface mechanical vibrations going through the ground. And not to mention it's an earthquake zone, but that's neither here or there. But really, just so you can get an NC rating of 5, I'd imagine you'd be able to hear your blood pumping in your head with a, well, actually you don't need to spend that stupid amount of money, really. These things do the same thing, for which nature cannot be fooled. Put these in your ears, yeah, you can hear your blood pumping in your, actually if you, when you're testing your pulse, if you put it somewhere around near your ears, your fingers, you could feel the boom, 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 boom. You can feel the pulse. There's several ways to, test. Most doctors or site at the hospital probably don't do that. They always, but there is around the, you can and like I say, you can put earplugs in and lay down horizontal on the bed, on the pillow, and get in a still position so you're not moving. You could hear boom, 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 boom. You could hear the pulse, boom, in your head. And that's equivalent, or say, like being in an anechoic chamber without necessarily spending tens of thousands just to experience that. But it does seem weird when you go into a room and it's like, because you've been in many other rooms and they're not like this, and it's, my room's reasonable. It's reasonable. It's not NC5. I don't really care. If I play a soundtrack at a certain level, it's going to mask that. I'm not going to notice it. Nighttime, traffic level goes down. Traffic level in the daytime, it goes up. So sometimes during the day, it could be anywhere between 60 NC. Summertime, maybe with the window open, and the air conditioner, I don't give a damn. It tests my ability on my listening to see if I can still hear things. And yes, I can. And if it's a quiet scene, I know it's a quiet, I'll just turn the fader up because it's not going to bother me because it's soft ambient sound effects. But when it gets loud, boom, turn it down. Crikey. That room, that's disappointing. He's using a JBL SP75. He doesn't even have 5 screen speakers going behind the screen. That's disappointing. It's not going to be epic for the Dune movie now, is it? I've been in a room, a studio, local. It's not there anymore, doesn't exist. And it was on the high street. And kid you not, it was literally outside a bus stop where the bus pulls up. And usually if a bus pulls up, the engine will be idling around about I think it's between 20 and 30 hertz. I can't remember the exact frequency. But it idles very low and at a specific sound pressure level. So if you had an SPL meter, it's pretty loud, but it doesn't hurt your ears because you can talk over it because it's only a low frequency. It's the same if you do it in a room. You produce a sound at a normal, certain, and it's like you can talk over it. If it's a higher frequency, it falls in the range of your voice speech pattern. It then kind of interferes depending on the level of the sine wave, or be it pink noise, filtered, or wideband. Oh dear. Yeah, this room was, I was pretty impressed. I couldn't even hear the outside because between the windows and where the studio was, I think it was, oh gosh, it was several feet thick of insulation. And you couldn't even hear the outside. You couldn't even, the room was so damn quiet. So, yeah, you use certain materials and you put them in and build them in a certain way. So you got air gaps and then material, and you do that, and then it just makes it almost, you know, because obviously they knew, they probably the first thing to do is you run an acoustic technician or such will probably run maybe a week of analyzing the room with test equipment to see the frequency range, and then work out and then build it, and then Bob's your uncle, boom, you got the microphone in it, and it's like, you know, the bus is outside, and it's like it's not even registering on the RTA. It's not even registering on the NC or the noise criteria. It's like solved. And there's also other materials. I think lead. It's usually pretty expensive, not extreme, but there's lead materials that you could use for, you know, I'll say if I wanted to, you know, isolate the sound over the windows, you know, I've only got a panel there. It's just to make the wall look even. But it's only a thin piece of board, a bit of plywood. But I want to open the windows sometimes for some air to filter through the room. And stick the what's it out the window for the air conditioner. Mind you, that air conditioner will be on in a few months. Yeah, probably. Probably around April, late April, I would say. I'll probably be switching the air conditioning on. So the temperature's going to go up a bit, slowly, and then yeah, lead material. It's like you just hang it up and screw it or attach it, and usually sound to get through that is usually pretty difficult because of the thick, because of the lead. But it's damn heavy as well. Takes a few people to put one of those up, as this guy was telling me. We put this lead thing over this door to give it a bit of extra insulation. Yeah. So there's a lot of materials you can get hold of, and sometimes cheap. I mean, if lead is lead, then I'll look it up. Lead, acoustical lead for sound insulation, or soundproofing. Sound treatment, soundproofing are two different things. We all know. Soundproofing is using all these materials and then you got bare walls inside, and then you got to put some sound treatment just so you don't get any, you know, just make it sort of dead so you don't get any slap echoes. Or, you know, you're going to hear this typical sound somewhere up at the front because it's the sound is coming from the speakers, and then it's reflecting onto some parallel surfaces, and you hear this honky honky sound. That's not on the soundtrack, that honky sound, unless they mix it purposely on the sort of soundtrack, and then you think, what the heck is that? I noticed one thing when watching the movie today, Sliding Doors, on Laserdisc, that there was a change in the ADR or the voice where someone's in this girl was in a kitchen, and I could hear a sudden change in the mix, and I think, oh gosh, that's ADR. although it did seem like, oh, there was another bit of sound element that's missing, but I could definitely, it stuck out like a sore thumb. I noticed it instantly. It was a bit distracting. But them film soundtracks, they're all fabricated. You listen out for that, ADR. There was some other AL or mixing in the movie where I noticed, oh, that was pretty neat, where someone is talking outside, or more or less talking to himself, and then moves toward a window, and I noticed a sort of change in the sound, like he's going up near to. I thought, well, that's pretty neat. But these films, they all still sound like mono. They don't have directional sound moving, so make it sound like, wow, if they move it and changing the frequency, then you probably win an award, because the sound mixing was pretty unique, unlike it sounding like just about every other common movie sound mix, where there's not much like. It's too bad, really, with going from directional sound of the 50s, 60s, and early 70s, or mid 70s, I think, was the last big movie for directional screen channel. And of course, Gravity, but that's not every movie does it. And you got sort of like I say, if you've got people talking sometimes, I'm very well aware, if you've got multiple, and they've got people moving around like this, like something moves, but, blocks this water bottle. So if the water bottle's talking, and you get a brief dip in the frequency range, and you've got people moving around, you'd have all this, it's complicated. But that's, you can mix that into a film. Then you got something that is an achievement, and it wins an award because it's an achievement, because not many people go that far to making it sound realistic, to sort of like to a trained listener, and I think, wow, well, that was a bloody decent movie sound mix, unlike all the others that just sound so common. The sound mix on Dune is nothing really that special. There's no directional sounds. A voice is all moving around. Choir voice on the encrypt, blah. Big deal. It's not it's not even a big deal. Low frequency, well, that's impressive. It might win an award for LFE. But anything else on that movie was just, nah. It's not that special. I don't think there's any special movies on the awards for sound for this year. Not that I've seen all the movies. I've only seen one of them. Even when doing that, I can hear the sound going. You hear it in a movie, and it's only mono. What? Doesn't make sense. There's a movie that's dialogue mostly driven. 12 Angry Men. That would be pretty neat if that was remixed and sort of done sort of with all directional sound. And like say when people move around, you get a dip in the freak, just sort of like it sounds like, whoa, psychoacoustically, like you're there or it is in this room. And anything that's where plotting the geography of the, if it's going up to a close up to someone, there's other people along the table and on the opposite side of the table, and you could have sounds that it sounds like you're boom right there. And the Foley and the sound effects, they could also have better, but yeah, I can see and hear all, I can hear or see or hear all that when I see even a mono movie, and I think, wow, that'd be neat if it was, but no one wants to do that. Like my tummy's grumbling. It's making little, and I hear it below me. And my ears are up here, and I can hear it below me. So therefore, it's a below surround. It's a below sound, below surround, or whatever. My ears hear it up here, but that doesn't mean I hear it up there. No, I hear it down here because I can tell. It's very, very clever. But mixing sound things today, very lazy. Given all these overpriced budgets on these wokey movies, and they do a woke sound mix. Frankly, I couldn't really care too much about Dune. So what? I saw some lows going down to 1 hertz. Whether that was real, that's what I was seeing. Spectrum Lab wouldn't lie to me. If I put another film on or something, and it's only going to have a frequency range that's only going to go down to maybe 30 hertz or maybe 40. Be interesting. Like I say, I should have checked I'll probably do this Dune thing again because it's awfully long movie. They think it's the Towering Inferno at nearly 160 something bloody minutes. What the heck? Hasn't got Paul Newman or Steve McQueen in it. I'll probably do it again and just monitor the screen channel and just see how low that's going down, and then monitor one of the surrounds and see how low the surrounds are going down. I think there might be some limitations, even though technically they can go down to infrasonics. Yeah. Actually, I thought that sliding doors. Seen it a second time since I saw it at the cinema in Dolby SRD, and yeah, disappointing. Really, the Laserdisc only had a Dolby stereo pressing, not a Dolby Digital AC-free release. But still, pretty okay, and probably an SR. Probably used an SR on it. Well, they probably used SR. Print probably came from an SR. It was kind of like Sliding Doors meets The Twilight Zone. Or maybe The Outer Limits. Yeah. There's a fundamental again. Of course, measuring it on, like I say, like a sub is slightly different to measuring it electronically. You get two different readings. I could sense there's something, in the room. I don't like 13. That's an unlucky number. Put it at 12.5. I don't like anything on 13. I'll keep it on 13.5 or maybe 14. I'm just superstitious. As long as a black cat doesn't walk in front of that while 13's playing. Oh well, it's not actually playing; it's generating. That's the thing. That's the thing most people often say. Well, I keep saying it, and I've got to rephrase because I'm not playing. I'm generating sound. I'm generating sine wave tones, or I'm not. My hands moving around on the mouse and pressing to this thing to generate. Oh dear, go nuts. All hazelnuts. Oh, Cadbury's, cover them in chocolate. It's 10 hertz. It's not a big deal. It's going to drop off in the mo. 7.5. Take the amplitude up a little bit. Take the level up a bit. Go down a bit lower. I mean, the microphone is still picking up in the room. 7.7 hertz. Flipping out. Oh my goodness. But, it's only over two JBLs. So I would need quite a few more. But I haven't got the room space size for doing that. But I just add and add and add and add. And then that level will just go up and up and up and up and up and up and up without any distortion or harmonics. Because they only start when you turning it up too much amplitude, and then somewhere, boom, some harmonics start appearing. When everything's playing, yeah, there's going to be some harmonics. Like, if I monitor the soundtrack very carefully, acoustically in the room, and then just turn it up, and then, I could see some harmonics appearing. That would be, because I've already monitored the soundtrack how it is, and I'll just turn it up to where it's going to be maybe a little bit unreasonably too much, and then I'll start seeing harmonics, and I'm going to go, turn it down. Just need to add, and then you don't see many harmonics because anything's going to, even high frequencies. It's weird. Got the sine wave generator turned off, and yet I can still sense there's something. I don't know what the heck, but I'll see what. See what shows up on the. It's hard to say on here. And you see, like NC5. NC5 is way down here. That's up on the high frequency, and then the scale range goes up. NC5. And go up on the low frequency up to about, so gosh, where is that? About just, well, almost under 60 dB. Hard to say with that microphone. I'll just switch over to the other microphone. USB. Switch over to USB. I'll turn it off, turn it back on. Tap the microphone. Yeah, on the USB. The signal noise ratio will be a bit lower on the USB. There's a car moving around outside. Very faint, but I think that's roughly my NC level for my for this room. But it's hard to say because I'll just stop that now, so I'm not modulating onto the signal. Yeah, it's just below 30 dB, which is roughly the SBL meter. SBL meter will only go down to the digital one here goes down to about 30, probably a little bit lower, but it won't register because it's off the scale. This VU. This is a realistic, even though I've got two more of these and the other one's a Tandy. This one's a US import. There's not much difference in the design. Very, very vague difference, but you know. This will only go down to 60 dB, so I'm quiet. About 50, but that's, you know, so I've used the digital one. And there's not many moving parts on a digital meter. What scale range is that? It's fluctuation between 59 and 60. And that's in the lows. If I go, I'll turn it back on and go to the A weighting. about 46 dB on the A weighting. So even though I got some equipment turned on, I got the door open, and it's equipment in the kitchen, and there's the slight fan sound on the processor, though it's quieter than, you know, the most other cinema processors, a lot quieter than the fans used on a, well, that's just depending on the, you know, I think Storm may have selected, but sometimes that fan goes up to 75%, but usually idles at about 50%. But when it goes up to 75, it reverberates within the chassis of the processor and where it's located, and etc. And then it kind of amplifies the frequency, because it is a frequency. A fan, it produces a frequency scale. About 40, 45, and it just fluctuates a little bit because of how this is picking up, because this could be still connected to an RTA on the output. And if I can get a lead so it connects onto the USB, so that the signal noise ratio will be a little bit lower. I'm okay with that at night time. Of course, if I turn the other equipment off, or I don't have to just close the door. Yeah, so I'll do that again. Okay, stop it there. Okay, I'm going to close the door, see if there's a difference. Okay, close the door. Close the door. See if there's a difference. Not much difference. It could be something that's eluding. I don't think it could be the Storm processor's fan. Of course, I can't switch the Storm off, because if I switch the Storm off, I won't get any visual. So that's pretty. That's you know, even if you go into a library during the summertime, like, they're going to have something switched on in the AC system or something. You're going to notice it. Though technically, you shouldn't really. You know, with nature, I mean, you just hold an ice cube or such above your forehead, and all you feel is cool air going down onto your forehead. Or, well, you can hold an ice cube there, and you just feel the cool air just going down, and it's virtually silent, just like rain. Rain doesn't make a sound until it lands, until the water drops land on surface objects, random surface objects, and it makes a sound. Pitter-patter, 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 and all little individual little bits of rain coming down. You know, and all right, speakers are dumb. Speakers don't make, say, you get a recording, you say, yeah, it sounds like rain, but doesn't really sound like. It's just it's a neat recording, but if it could be multi-channeled. I mean, what do you do with raindrops keep falling on my head? Do you do them with tweeters? It depends on the frequency. Mid-range drivers, coaxial, 12-inch with mid and high range on it, or a horn thing in there, tweeter. So put them in the floor, or I don't know. Where do you put the damn things? You have a speaker that's facing this way, or do you put a speaker so it's going upward? Because if rain is coming down, you got random objects outside, like this, all random. The rain's going to land on there. If it's metal, it will make a ping sound underneath, and but first contact is on the surface, and then it makes a sound underneath. Total different frequency to and the tops where there will be a total different frequency. And you got to have that believability, this bullshit atmos, to sort of like think, bloody hell, sounds like it's flipping raining in here without getting wet. Otherwise, generally, if you close your eyes and you just listen, and you think, yeah, it sounds like, but you twig on after a while, and you realise there's something missing, and it's below me, because you hear rain outside, think it's overhead. It's not. It's landing on it's in the distant sort of thing, and it's landing on roofs, trees, anything, and it creates a sound field that it seems like it's up there and gives you the bullshit illusion that you think rain is coming from overhead. Unless you've got an umbrella, you open an umbrella, push. Well, you can hear it, push. It lands on your ear, or you can sense it on your head sometimes. But the bulk of it, you hear it on the ground. Oh, it's pretty pointless. See, even when I fart, I can hear it below me. I want to be immersed, not bullshitted. Politicians couldn't immerse you because just about every word you hear coming from their lips is just bullshit. I have another monitor on that. So if I open the window, there should be a change in the it's probably there's something something else going on that could be so we turn the microphone level down to nothing. Won't be anything registering. We'll turn it up. So I'll make a sound there, or whistly kind of blowing sound. So yeah, the NC in the room is pretty reasonable. But I'm a bit unsure with the scale of the slope. I'm thinking I need to check that. Well, it's kind of been checked out, but I need to have the microphone so it's kind of isolated from the room. or isolated from, you know, and see what the scale range, frequency slope or whatever it is on that, you know, because it might need a filter or bandpass or such adjustment. But I don't know, it kind of looks accurate or such to me. Kind of looks accurate. To make some tapping sound on the floor with my foot. I would say that is about okay. Of course, it's just fluctuating. I don't know whether that's electronic, whether that's something electronic have going on. So every time turn, well, I can't modulate until otherwise it's speaking. So you just gotta stay quiet. Okay, so I'm going to open the window. See if there's any change in that low end. Open the window wide up. See if there's any change in the low end. Not much change. Not much change there with the window open. Unless some vehicles are moving around. If I put the microphone outside the window, there's a vehicle coming nearby, I think. Yeah, a little bit of a vehicle moving around there, a little bit in the low end. I can see the range of from 100 going up to 10k and such, or 20k. I can see the that range there. So if I put the microphone out the window, it'll be a different reading. But I'm not going to do that because I know it's going to be a different reading, so it's pointless. But still, it's night time. So it's almost midnight. That being said, you know, being winter, you know, there's probably not many people want to go round out, you know, at this time in the winter time. So, yeah, so can't hear any owls outside hooting, or although there was an owl. I think there's an owl nearby. It's been hooting about a month ago. Can't hear any foxes, cats, meow. It's just got that typical outdoor sort of atmospheric pressure sound of still, well, it wouldn't be real stillness because there is still something vague that's out in the distance, and that's just traffic that's probably a mile away, about a mile or so away, or maybe less than a mile away, half a mile. And that's just sort of, if it were like, like boom, gotta wait till probably that's difficult because even if it's a mile away, which is probably near where the dual carriageway is, so gotta be really out somewhere where literally tens of miles away from any motorway. But you can definitely hear it during the daytime, and you can hear this atmospheric sound, but you can definitely hear it all out in the distance. And again, it has this sort of radiation pattern or sort of wide pattern. It might be this high or whatever. And you know, how come they don't mix that into movies and use it for bloody heights around? You can hear it. Oh yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. I don't need all I need is a bit of isolation over the window, because the windows are a weak link. A brick wall's a little bit thicker, but second weak link will be the ceiling, because of the helicopters hovering around, peeping through their windows. You'd hear it and sense it. Or if an aeroplane, very, very rare single prop aeroplanes fly overhead, and or if it's during a certain time when a Chinook helicopter is going west to easterly on supply or whatever training, whatever it's doing, usually, sometimes I could hear or sense or even feel it. Yeah, feel it. A Chinook about quarter of a mile away, depending on maybe its rotor blade or its engine rotor blade, whatever's, very rare, because the sound waves are traveling out and then they impact against the surface of a roof, which is wood, tiles, slate tiles, whatever, and then goes down into wooden frame, and they're joined to the rest of the brickwork on the building, and then you can feel a vibration. I think when a helicopter was flying recently, it made the kitchen, the light system on the ceiling start rattling, because the sound waves are above and they're impacting on the roof, and then the sound transmission, free air sound transmission. I don't know, free air sound transmission. So you think about it and you think, how can you get some bass waves in a room to be received and transmit, but they'll only do it at certain frequencies. They're not going to cover all frequencies. And you get something, and you think, oh, yeah, you get an extra tactile vibration by using the acoustical sound in the room, but it's got to be a certain thing that acts like a diaphragm, and it's connected to the seats, so you feel it, or it's could be connected into the floor, so you feel like, yeah, yes. Has to be of a certain. Oops, a vehicle coming down the road. I haven't got the RTA thing switched on. I got the what's it? Anyway, yeah. Think of it like a sail. That's wind. It pushes. It creates frequency. Sub bass, boom, boom, boom. Up front, sound waves go boom, around and around. Get picked up onto a surface that will be kind of suspension string, and behind, and then connect down into the floor. Still doesn't, hang on, if you're standing on it, go on a bus. A bus pulls up, yeah, the engine sound and all that on the outside, but you can't really feel it, just hear it. Step onto the bus, first foot onto the bus, you feel tactile mechanical vibration. Second foot onto the bus, now you're feeling a bit more mechanical vibration, as well as the change in the sound on the ears. So up here, down to the feet, through to your yeah. Vehicles on a suspension. So if you jump up and down, it's going to jitter a little bit because it's not firm ground on the surface. It's going to flex. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I'm with it. Oh yeah, I'm with it. So many ways you can cut corners, I think, and I wonder how cheap you can do that. That's the thing, doing it cheap. Get some good result, but doing it cheap. I do like the idea of, so I know that does work. I've noticed it before. I do know, and of course, like you say, you've got a door, and you can, if you hold the door, you can feel the bass going against it. So even though the door's over there, and there's, I've got to open it and close it now and then, but if I were to close the door and have a piece of wood going against the door, and then it comes down to the seat, so even though this seat moves, it's pretty tricky, so it'd have to be something that I'd have to attach to the seat, so a piece of wood that comes down and it locks in to the seat, and if I play a sine wave, because it's only going to do it, certain sine wave frequencies are going to build up strong into the corner near where the door is. So theoretically, I should feel a little bit more energy from the sine wave, and then it just travels through the wood into the seat, and it behaves in a similar to a bass shaker. Not very practical because I've got to open the door and then the wood's going to move, so but find another way around it, and you got yeah, a bit technical, but it seems incredibly simple and pretty cheap. Just got to wait for wind to blow the sail to move the vehicle, the boat. Yeah. I'll do it. I'll do it all right. Moving vehicle, moving sound pressures. Boom, 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 boom. Meow. Okay, Italiano.
Some content down there, because there was a lot of times I was even feeling stuff, and we did some demos of other movies that I'm very familiar with, and I'm going to go back and watch those because I don't remember, because mine extend very low too in my room, but I don't remember feeling certain things. You didn't hear it, but you certainly felt it in a quiet place, you know, different scenes. And I'm going to have to back up earlier because my scenes starts a little bit further than yours does. So I want to back up and go back to that part. But there's parts where he's walking upstairs and you just feel it. It's like a ruffle, but you don't hear it, but you certainly feel it. So I love infrasonics. And I love what the Ascendo 24-inch dual 24s have done in this room.
So one of the other parts of the equation with the subwoofers is how they're mounted. So the JBL subwoofers, they weigh 350 pounds each.
Oh yeah, see, that's a pretty large home theatre. My goodness, look how large that is. Yeah, is that room being looked at? Yeah, I'm sure it'll probably change its tune. Oh yeah, this is the most impressive I've ever seen. You might as well just go to a multiplex. Because that's what it looks like. Only Get rid of those seats, they look awful, and then you put real cinema seats, and then you got more, then it looks like a flipping multiplex, because it's like, that would probably probably cut maybe 200. That's just a warehouse. Warehouse. Ugh. Why do they always do these weird, I mean, crikey. Why do they always do this synthesis shit with all these graphic patterns? All these little dots, you know? It's like, oh yeah, that's sound waves. Well, it might as well be speakers, you know? That's what I mean. Yeah, like, that's a lot of speakers if that was speakers, you know? And then that would really do the sound for below surround. Sorted. Trouble with JBL synthesis is if you don't think it really lives up to the expectations and you're going to try and sell it, not many people want to buy it, because it's just, I'd rather get the real thing that's used in the cinema. I mean, the speakers compared to what they were back in the decades ago, those were huge speakers. They were gigantic. They wouldn't fit in the home. You'd have to have a, you know, you can't get those things are pre-made with it inside the auditorium, because you wouldn't be able to get it through the exit door. So they build a flat pack and assembled. The speakers today, you know, they're different size, and thus they easily go through the exit doors. That one or that one? Can't tell. That one looks, yeah. That one looks flared. Is that flared? They only do 15s, they don't do 18s. Looks like a bloody car hi-fi sub. Why the very unusual design and shape? I don't know. Does it make any difference to the sound? What JBL series are they using? And oh yeah, crikey! Look at those. Oh crikey! They look pretty bulky, heavy. My goodness. Oh yeah. 350.5 pounds, crikey. What's the flipping magnet flipping on these things, crikey. They don't do 18s. Sierra Whiskey. Sierra Whiskey tea. Am I reading that right? Oh, that's the 12. Maybe it's Sierra Sierra Whiskey 1. Crying out loud, $8 grand, $8,000? Are you kidding? Yeah, the JBL 5628. Oh, like I say, about just under 3,000, just under 3 grand. Well, by the time you pay for blooming postage, it'd be about 3 grand for crying out.
A whole lot of mass, right, for those subwoofers. The Ascendos, which have a lot more volume, those only weigh 242 pounds.
Sure.
So, we wanted to. Everything's can be a compromise. We wanted to have maximum speaker performance,
right,
while also minimizing energy that transfers to the rest of the house.
Sure.
And so the way that we approach mounting the speakers is with a high mass rigid mounting that's highly isolated from the subfloor. So the subwoofers in the front are on these massive steel stands.
And these are up kind of right here, just in perspective.
In this corner, I mean, it goes back behind that wall, behind that wall.
It's not a big deal.
The subwoofer stands weigh 1,000 pounds. So there's multiple 1-inch solid steel plates.
Okay.
That's what they're using behind cinema screens.
Part of the base assembly. And the Ascendo subs, they are bolted into this 1,000-pound assembly and compressed.
Okay.
So they're sandwiched in between two massive vinyl layers,
right,
under heavy compression. So they behave as a 1,000-pound subwoofer.
Wow.
So the cabinets don't move, is the point. But that whole assembly is highly isolated from the floor below using sorbethane isolation rings.
Okay.
So I was doing some research about what are the best isolation materials that are available, and I came across sorbethane.
Right.
And I've talked with the engineers at Sorbethane, that's actually their company name. And I was initially thinking,
get a car. Vroom, vroom, a premium. Oh, with a piano. Oh.
Looking at their catalog, that a sheet of sorbethane would be the way to isolate the substands.
Right, sure, like a flat sheet.
And they recommended no, you should go with the isolation rings because you get deflection on both the inner circle and the outer circle.
Right.
So there's 8 sorbethane rings under each of those subwoofer stands. And what was interesting is during testing, these subwoofers, they are floating. So these are jelly-like gooey rings.
Right.
And I could, just with that amount of pressure,
start to move.
I could twist and deflect the 1,000-pound subwoofer stands with very little pressure, because I mean they are truly floating on these rings, and it just makes it nigh to impossible for those vibrations and that energy to transfer to the layer below it, which would then transfer to the rest of the house.
Sure. So one thing I hope you guys are hearing is that, again, it goes back to intentionality. It goes back to engineering. It goes back to science, doing some things to accomplish your goals, assembling a team that can help guide you in that. We're going to talk to each one of them on what were some of the decisions that they helped with you in that process to make this dream a reality. But I love the fact that you're involved in all of this. And I know my audience is going to respect that so much, because sometimes I go to a home theater of really high end and they may not know what they have. They may not know model numbers, and not that we have to know everything, but you know what's behind this wall. You know the dimensions. You know that there's 3 rooms. You know about these, what are they called again?
Sorbethane isolation rings.
See, I don't even know sorbethane. And that's super cool to me. And the fact that you went and picked out, what fabric you wanted to be able to see that and transparent. I love that about this theater, because it captures your passion for home cinema and home theater. So Robert, you told us about how you mounted the subwoofers, but you've also got LCRs back here, and those are big old honking speakers. So I'm assuming maybe there's some mounting there as well. What'd you do there?
Yeah, so the same approach went to the LCRs as the subwoofer, which was using very high mass and rigidly coupling the speakers to this high mass baffle wall.
Okay.
And then highly isolate that system to the subwoofer. So behind this screen is this huge baffle wall that weighs 2,000 pounds just by itself. And that baffle wall, holds the LCR speakers, and like every speaker in this room, it's both vertically and horizontally aimed to the primary listening positions. But those LCR speakers are rigidly mounted to the baffle wall, and there's, in order to rigidly mount those speakers, I had to drill 40 holes into my expensive SCL1 flagship speakers.
Oh, that'd be hard for
my expensive speakers. I had to drill 40 holes into my expensive SCL1 flagship speakers.
Oh, that'd be hard for me.
I had to drill 40 holes, and JBL says, "You're going to avoid the warranty."
You're like, I'll buy some more if I have to.
It is what it is.
Yeah, I don't want them coming down in the middle of Dune 2. How about that?
So we have 8 heavy steel brackets on each of the SCL1s, mounting that tight into the baffle wall.
Right.
And then there's acoustic absorption on the baffle wall, and the baffle wall is filled with rock wool insulation. And it's 3 layers thick. It's a beast. And then it's sitting on this heavy steel stand as well. And then it's sitting on this heavy steel stand as well. Layers thick.
It's not a big deal.
It's a beast. And then it's sitting on this heavy steel stand. It's a beast. And then it's sitting on this heavy steel stand as well. And then and then it's sitting on this.
It's not a big deal to make a, it's not a big deal. He's making it a big deal, but it's not a big deal. Makes, because that's what cinemas are using. They're using a steel frame, and that steel frame is attached to the wall so it doesn't move. And then you just pop the speakers on top. Just making sure, nothing rattles behind the screen, because of the wood material, and anything rattles or something, just slip a little piece of cardboard under the speaker, because it's probably not resting flush across that wood, and of course that material would probably depends. And of course the other problem is you know, with material like that is I'll be thinking, would it be making any ringing sound? Because the energy of the bass is going to be pretty high level up front than it is in the middle of the room. So would you, I don't know, drill holes into that metal tubing and pour sand into it, so when you tap on it, it's like donk, and it doesn't go ding, doesn't, you know, ring. Otherwise use wood, but you know, wood's doable. I've seen that used in other installations, but yeah, metal's usually typical. Just get someone in to come in, you put a design, blah, blah, blah. They come in and fit it all customized into the room. Weld it. That's all it is. Spot welding. And you got a metal frame that's going to be very rigid. You don't want it ringing. You don't want it making any ringing sounds.
As well. And then that whole assembly sits on, I think, 24 sorbethane isolation rings.
These isolation rings he keeps going on about. Wonder how much they cost. What size? How much they cost? And then you think, okay, it's just like any other sort of suspension. You think, what about the suspension things used on a car? Or, you know, you just head on down to the scrap yard or the car scrap yard and see what's around, and then think, oh yeah, there we go. Or sometimes you can buy these things brand new, and they're like, oh, they don't cost as much as the audio snake oil, and you get something that's going to do the same principle, something cheap, and you just, all you have to do is angle grind, cut them down to a certain size, and you got something that is like a spring suspension, cheaper and nothing stupidly overpriced. I mean, this Texan guy here, he's just loaded with money. That's just typical, but, you know, could have shaved the cost on certain things a lot cheaper. Especially those JBL synthesis. I wouldn't touch JBL synthesis with a barge pole. I wouldn't put synthesis into a dog cat rescue charity shelter. I ain't got anything against JBL, but not synthesis. Because synthesis seems it's aimed for the rich people. The subs he's got, really? $8,000 each? The JBL 5628 will suffice, a few of those, and they're only $3,000 something. If you wait a little bit and persevere, watch eBay, and then suddenly, bam! You see one of them, a few of them on eBay for about $1,000, or less than 1,000, and it's like, whoa, buy now. You shave the cost on you know, shave the cost.
That whole structure. So putting acoustic treatment behind, if you really think about it, you don't want any reflections back here. You want that sound to stop. You want it to emanate from the screen. Reflections back.
Did he?
Putting a sorbethane full assemblies, and then it's sitting on this heavy steel stain, 3 layers, and then there's.
Yeah. That's a bit of a problem there, Houston. This guy is in Texas. I don't know. The angle of the speakers, they don't really need to be angled. You know, if they got that waveguide horn, those speakers should be, they're set back a little bit too far, and why the left and right ones are angled makes no sense, because his screen is flat. It's not like his screen is it's got a shallow curve, and it would look neat if it's got a shallow. I think his screen is a little bit too small, even though his screen's larger than mine, but it's a little bit small for that room. It could at least gone sidewall to sidewall. And that would be an extra, be almost, what, 194 inches is his screen? 194 inches? But underneath the screen, below, down here, it's all open. That's all down the corners here, all down the corners, and slightly, I think a little bit above that so-called baffle wall. It's a little bit open. A baffle wall is supposed to connect all the way from the ceiling, all the way down to the floor, and across the width of the room. Otherwise, you're going to get sound bass. It's going to move around and it's going to go into those voids, and it'll probably create little anomalies in the bass frequency. Otherwise, the principle is like, the speaker wants flushing a barrier wall. It improves the frequency response in the lows, and you get a little bit more extra dB gain without necessarily turning it up a little bit more. That's the principle. And I've done mine slightly not right. I mean, it's got the wrong type of, well,